finally got it to work. For some reason, the stream just wouldn't start. But it appears to be working now. Alright, what are you assholes doing?
There's been quite some excitement about the amino acid taurine and its effects in the body, ever since a huge study released showing multiple lines of evidence for taurine deficiency being linked to multiple problems in the body. And the fact that taurine levels decline with age, it might be reasonable to assume that supplementing with taurine could combat metabolic syndrome, which is a cluster of diseases like cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and more. Fortunately, we don't need to speculate because a group of researchers have looked into the matter for us, compiling 25 intervention studies into a meta-analysis for us to dive into to get some answers. If you read the title of the study just now, you'd think that it does combat metabolic syndrome. But I'd encourage you to hear me out because there's more to this story. So taurine has a lot of fascinating mechanisms, most of which have been uncovered on the cellular level, although some of the molecular basis is still a bit of a mystery. One of the chief mechanisms by which taurine is proposed to reduce blood pressure, a risk factor for cardiovascular disease, is through taurine's effects on enzymes in our cells that produce a molecule called hydrogen sulfide. Hydrogen sulfide is implicated in binding a variety of cells that have critical roles in blood pressure control: endothelial cells and smooth muscle cells. Endothelial cells being the cells lining the blood vessels and release a number of molecules that influence if smooth muscle cells contract or relax. If these smooth muscle cells deeper in the artery wall contract, then the blood vessel, the artery, shrinks, increasing blood pressure. So you can imagine that lower hydrogen sulfide levels means more of this constriction. Now, taurine affects this by increasing blood hydrogen sulfide levels. We see that evidenced in this study. The black bars are the taurine supplemented individuals, and the white bars are the people not supplemented with taurine, the placebo. As you can see, over the supplementation time, blood hydrogen sulfide levels rise. They close to double, in fact. Interestingly, taurine is not, as far as I'm aware, converted to hydrogen sulfide directly. Rather, it increases the expression, the production of enzymes that produce hydrogen sulfide from other amino acids. A discussion for another time. But here's the data in human cells. This is measuring the enzyme cystathionine beta synthase, which is the enzyme that produces hydrogen sulfide. Clearly, the taurine supplemented cells have greater levels.
Yeah, I heard Tesla stock is really down. And it's probably not going to recover, and it's likely going to just keep going down over time. That whole Nazi salute thing was a really, really stupid fucking idea, dude. So, hopefully it's the beginning of the end. Can only hope.
Of this enzyme, which is likely why blood values of hydrogen sulfide are elevated in people. That said, though, hydrogen sulfide directly binds to different proteins within the cells and causes changes in behavior. In this case, they can bind potassium channels found in the cell membrane, according to this review. Now, in doing so, it allows potassium.
I haven't had the flu this year. I've gotten the flu before, and since then I've gotten the flu shot each year. Weather is not humid here. It's just cold.
To leak out of the cell, and as potassium is a positive ion, it increases the polarity of the cell. In plain English, it makes the cell more negative. A more negative cell is also called hyperpolarized, and the consequence is that it's less likely to be activated. And in this case, that means greater relaxation of the smooth muscle cell, thereby keeping the blood vessel relaxed and blood pressure low. Is that too much information? Sorry, I rarely get to discuss the intricacies, but that's only discussing one mechanism by which taurine functions. We haven't even discussed the effects on blood sugar, insulin sensitivity, and more. Anyway, we'll leave it there because, as usual, we might be fascinated by the mechanisms, which I'm happy to cover in dedicated content if you care, but I'd like to move on to the real stuff. What happens clinically when we consume taurine? Let's return to the initial analysis, and let's go ahead and open the data. We're looking at a forest plot here of all the studies that looked at blood pressure on the left side. All the numbers indicate the absolute values extracted from each study, but you can honestly ignore that and focus on the boxes and lines. These are the individual results for each study. The lines are the confidence of the results. So there's a 95% certainty that the true effect is somewhere within these lines. The 0 line going up indicates no effect of taurine on blood pressure. If the study results lean to the left, it's in favor of taurine. And if they lean to the right, it's against taurine. Okay, but that's still a lot to compute by visual inspection. So you can use the main effects diamond, which is the average of all the studies, at the bottom. Where does that land? To the left or to the right? That's right, to the left. In addition, the statistics confirm our suspicion with a p-value indicating taurine has a statistically significant effect. So this data, as is, indicates taurine does reduce blood pressure. But as the key...
It's great to know Kramer has finally bit smothering like Tesla in the ass, finally some justice in this world, finally.
Yeah. What's good too is Elon Musk leverages a lot of his loans with Tesla stock. So if Tesla stock keeps doing a nosedive, he's going to be in probably some pretty big financial trouble. He's already begging for money for Twitter, so it's not looking good for him, which is, good for the world. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Halal Slaughter donated $2. Was Jesus Palestinian? No, he was not. He was Jewish.
Someone recently tweeted, remember, when you celebrate Christmas this year, that Jesus was Palestinian.
He was not. There was never any region or country ever called Palestine.
And the actual state of Israel responded and said, who's going to tell him?
This is like saying Geronimo or Sitting Bull or Apache Chief. Like, name your Native American figure. They were American? That's basically what he's saying. So, okay, if Jesus was Palestinian, then, yeah, Geronimo. Did you know this guy, Geronimo? Did you know he was American? Yeah, just like Hulk Hogan. He was American. It's just retarded.
Then it's a screenshot saying that according to the Gospels, Jesus was a Jewish man. But wouldn't you know, in the exact same screenshot, it literally says Jesus was from Palestine.
Why does it say formerly Palestine? There was never any country called Palestine. That doesn't make any sense.
Palestine. Like, how did they miss this? Somebody on Twitter pointed this out and secured a massive ratio over the literal Israeli government. So that's a W. Who the heck is running these guys' social media team? They're
Alright, well, this guy's a fucking dumbass. What do you know? Is halal slaughter worse than normal slaughter? Yeah. It would be, since they don't use any kind of stunning method before they slaughter the animal. Belgium halal ban. Yeah, this has happened in the Netherlands already. It's good to see Belgium doing it. Hopefully they ban it in the rest of Europe, and hopefully like Canada and the United States eventually. Unfortunately, nobody really talks about kosher slaughter. Because kosher slaughter is essentially the same thing, and I don't know why that's never ever like talked about for being banned. And that last link you gave me is broken. Thanks for the donation though, halal slaughter.
Do you agree that a socialist economy with tax cuts for lower income people, higher taxes for richer people, and more infrastructure and social services would be better than the capitalistic shit we have now? There is no practical reason for billionaires.
Well, yeah, obviously. The only reason the tax system is the way it is because big corporations and billionaires have lobbied the government and, paid huge campaign contributions and whatnot to politicians to keep lowering the tax rate for the rich. Like, it's kind of a joke too. Even like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they talked about like a 3% tax hike for, the richest 1%. Like, it's just a joke. People making over 30 million roughly should probably be taxed 90%. Anything over 30 million. So give them, the normal tax rate of like 40 or 50%, whatever it is for that income bracket. And then anything over 30 million, tax at 90%, just so nobody can become a billionaire. It's completely ridiculous. There's no reason for them to have that kind of money. All they end up doing is buying up like private equity, real estate, making it harder for people to actually afford a home or, get affordable housing. And they just suck the wealth from everybody. And then, we have crumbling roads, lead pipes everywhere. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Z1.
Hopefully this will eventually result in Elon Musk becoming broke and poor like he deserves to be.
We can only hope. Things in the long run tend to work out. So I have a good feeling he is going to end up being broke. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Seriously, just how stupid is our species?
Pretty stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Speed Racer donated $3. Let me see.
To choke. And the only one who can save him is the detainee.
Are you straight, bro?
A routine arrest until something
This is fake.
unexpected happens.
You want to give me the keys? Give me the keys, man. I'm gonna help. Help me, man. Give me the keys.
Now, it looks like nothing has been choking.
You good, Fuzz?
That is fake. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The statistics-minded viewers of Physionic will note there's one study that polls drastically.
It basically sounds like you are one of our comrades, Richard. So why do you shit on socialists all the time? People just straw man us with Moo Soviet Union, Moo Stalin. Even though we advocate for a regulated free market, not communism.
Socialism is fucking stupid. So just because you tax rich people more, that's not what socialism is. Socialism's just fucking dumb. Thanks for the donation, Z1.
Drastically to the left, the Ahmadian study. The researchers address this by performing a sensitivity analysis, which is where the researchers remove one study at a time and recalculate the effect. And when removing this study, the effect remained. And in fact, removing any of these individual studies, the effect of taurine remained. There's one more important thing that I need to discuss, but as it's true for the other measures that we'll discuss, I'll leave it for my summary at the end. Okay, so blood pressure is improved, but what about something like blood sugar? If we pop open that data again, I won't go over how to read this again, but it's the exact same ideas. And statistically speaking, there's a confirmation that taurine reduces blood sugar. There is also, however, a good amount of heterogeneity, which means that some studies are going one way and other studies are going another way. The researchers acknowledge this and point out this might be due to differences in the study populations, since some studies are from Japan, others are from Iran, others are from the USA, etc. Additionally, some studies paired taurine with calorie restriction and compared against calorie restriction alone. Unfortunately, the researchers didn't investigate further, which is often possible through something called regression analysis, another topic for another time. That's two important outcomes related to metabolic syndrome, and I can go ahead and tell you that the same was also true for blood fats, known as triglycerides. Now, several things to say, because while this analysis seems pretty cut and dry, well, we saw the diamonds move in the right direction that we wanted. We clapped and we squealed with joy. Is that just me? Okay. Well, the jury will disregard that last statement. The point being, it seems like good news, but there's a few things to consider here, some good and some bad. Before we get into that, the studies used a range of doses from 0.5 gram of taurine to 6 grams per day with varying degrees of effectiveness. The researchers also get into some of the nuances of dosing, like the relationship between dose and better outcomes. Is more always better? And they went over some more clinical outcomes, All of those nuances I'll be addressing in the extended version of this video, which, along with my monthly podcast, written summaries of all my videos, applicable tips, detailed video analyses, product recommendations, and more, is part of my Physionic Insiders. I'd love to have you aboard if you care to join. The link is in the description. In addition to dosing, the researchers did a few things well, and a few things I wish that they had considered, because it makes the study weaker without them. First, I really like the fact that the researchers included clinicaltrials.gov for their search of studies, because that means that they likely also...
Agreed. Communism is even more stupid though.
It is, and it never works. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
State-owned market with fixed rents is stupid lol. Canadians barely survive with the rents and live with multiple roommates, dude. Just because you are lucky with streaming doesn't negate this fact.
I don't know how that problem is better fixed with socialism versus just preventing rich people from owning up all the real estate. You're gonna have to make an argument there. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Also included studies that may have not been published. That's a huge plus. That mentioned, the researchers included studies comparing taurine against a mix of controls, which means that they aren't comparing against the standard non-taurine placebo group only, and not all the studies included were double-blind, the gold standard in randomized controlled trials. Also, the participants were all different ages and health, including people without metabolic syndrome, which just makes the title a little misleading. But there is a silver lining there that I'll get into. In defense of the analysis, even if the criteria encompassed more than just the placebo-controlled studies, the vast majority of studies, well over 80 to 90% of the studies, were placebo-controlled. And while it's difficult to then relate this to people who already have metabolic syndrome, it still speaks to metabolic syndrome as a whole, potentially in preventing it. I do think greater specificity here would have been better so that we can make clear judgments on the data and define who this applies to. The researchers also made two more mistakes. One, they failed to perform a subgroup analysis to determine if one group might receive outsized benefit and another not. This is especially true when looking at such a wide range of people. Second, as far as I could tell, they didn't mention the statistical analysis that they used in the meta-analysis, which makes some difference on how we interpret these results. I cover all that kind of stuff in my course on how to read and apply studies to your life, by the way. Also link.
All right, let's watch this absolutely retarded crap. Dan versus PBD and Pierce Morgan. Jollington, Johnny Tiller, so what would be a good alternative to late-stage capitalism? Are you saying there is none? I smoke a lot of weed. What the fuck do you mean by that question? We were literally just talking about taxing the rich more. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Years. I think Patrick David started it all, right?
Yeah, that was kind of the one where I really said fuck it. And I just, I've been saying it on Twitter, and you get away with a lot on Twitter, but I felt like I wanted to say it on a bigger platform, but I just didn't want to lose my Instagram just yet.
Right.
So.
Did you lose your Instagram?
I didn't. Okay. I actually posted some of the clips on there. Well, I take that back, because I did post before Piers on there. I posted about Israel being a fucking parasite, but I went a little bit deeper on PBD before PBD I posted on there.
Yeah, I love.
Right, Israel's the parasite. Palestinians have received, I think, 4 times as much money per capita as all of Europe received after World War II. And it's still a fucking shithole. Hamas has stolen all the fucking aid money, and all of their leaders are billionaires living in Qatar. But Israel's the parasite. But when Palestinians receive billions and billions of dollars in aid money, that just gets stolen and funneled into Hamas leaders, pockets. Israel's the parasite. Gotcha.
BBD, and you made him score.
Because he knows I'm right.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
He knows I'm right. So it's tough. It's hard. And I don't think he was ready to tap dance like that either, because I don't think he thought that I was going to come as strong as I did. I don't think Pierce thought so either.
Right.
And so usually they prepare for, what a guy's going to say and know that he's going to
Would you ever consider moving to the US? Thoughts on if Canada becomes the 51st state?
If Canada becomes too cucked, then yeah, I'd move to the US. So, luckily, we're not like Europe, so, even the Liberal Party has massively reduced immigration, and even then, even when they were letting in a lot of immigrants and refugees, it seems that Canada does a pretty decent job of screening out crazies. We haven't had any big terror attacks, like, at all, really. There have been a few that almost happened and the police caught, but yeah. There haven't been any, like, Syrian refugees that have come over here and committed a mass stabbing or anything like that. So, yeah, in that sense, we're not letting in literally anybody who's claiming to be a refugee from Syria, Afghanistan, or North Africa, and then these dipshits basically create their own terrorist communities, no-go zones, and fucking Muslim rape gangs and shit like that here. And the Liberal Party right now is trying to ban a bunch of guns. They're not actually ideologically motivated. They couldn't give two shits if guns are legal or not. The only reason they're doing that is for completely cynical reasons. Their party is incredibly unpopular, mostly because of Justin Trudeau, and they're doing this whole anti-gun thing because they think it will help them get a few more voters so that the party doesn't completely and utterly collapse. That's the only reason they're doing it. Canadians in general are not, like, again, dipshit, cucked Europeans, where we all think guns are evil. Most Canadians are kind of, they don't really care or think about guns, really. And all of these gun control policies have literally done nothing. There's not a single police agency in the entire country that actually supports any of these firearms bans. And firearms violence has actually increased by 100%. Since the Liberals took control of the government, so no one's buying it. No voters are actually convinced that this is a good idea, and the Conservatives are going to get elected, and they're going to get rid of the stupid gun bans. So if the worst were to happen, and the Liberal government were to stay in power, and they banned all the guns, and they let in a ton of crazy immigrants and shit, and housing prices keep going up, and, you know, that kind of thing, then yeah, I'd move to the States. And as far as Canada becoming the 51st state, the only real benefit that would come from that would be, you'd probably see a reduction in housing prices. That would be kind of nice. And you would also likely, or not likely, we'd also adopt the American Constitution. So that would mean we'd have constitutionally protected firearms rights, and it would also likely lead to concealed carry. So that'd really be the only two benefits. In general, you'd probably see costs go up, though, transferring over the Canadian to US dollar. And it'd probably make Canada more poor, at least in the short term. Thanks for the donation, though, Electric Arcadia.
Oh god, this guy again.
Yep, the literal Nazi. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I don't see how taxing rich people more will improve income. They will just move to another country that appreciates them, like Dubai. The CEO, and keep salary the same while paying more for taxes and leave offshore, you brokey.
No. So, especially the US, the American domestic market is way too large. They would never be able to do that, and it wouldn't make any sense for them financially. So, if they were to go to Dubai, they wouldn't really be able to make any money anyway. And on top of that, they'd have to learn the language. They'd have to abide by Dubai laws. They're Muslim fucking idiots and shit. They wouldn't move to Dubai. If they wanted to do business in the United States, which they'd have to make any money, they wouldn't just be able to move to some other country. Thanks for the donation, Jonathan. Dodo, donate $2.
Astronauts experience about 90% of Earth's gravity when they are aboard the International Space Station. Weightlessness, the brilliant term that it is, doesn't mean you are unaffected by gravity. In the ISS, they are weightless because they are in a free fall. And the simple but brilliant reason they don't just crash into the surface is that rocket scientists were brilliant enough to make the ISS so fast that it just misses the Earth, at which point the direction of gravity and the direction of the ISS are changed, and this...
That guy's voice is insanely annoying.
I'm just going to say it, but I think this might be the most important scientific paper of 2025. This 71-year-old geologist, Juan Manuel Garcia Ruiz, redid the famous 1952 experiment by American chemist Stanley Miller, who demonstrated that the exact conditions of Earth that created life could be replicated in a lab, aka the primordial soup. But when Ruiz redid his experiment, he got something even more extraordinary than primordial soup. He got protocells, non-living self-organized structures believed to be the precursor to life itself. He was looking at a snapshot of Earth before life existed, when it was just a proto-world. Eventually, these protocells randomly increased in complexity over time through millions of years of chemical evolution, with some of these structures leading to life. But there was one critical difference between Stanley Miller's 1952 experiment and Ruiz's. Miller used a glass box while Ruiz used Teflon. And the results of their experiment with Teflon made headlines around the world. Why? Because Ruiz's experiment resulted in no life at all, implying that silica, which is made up of silicon and oxygen found in glass, was essential for creating life.
The answer to life, the universe, everything.
Now get this. When they incorporated silica in their new experiment, it not only produced amino acids, but also the 5 nucleobases that form the core of DNA. And that's not even all. Protocells were also present. Juan Manuel worked out that protocells are like storage containers for the building blocks of life and help facilitate key chemical reactions between these building blocks. So what does this mean? This paper suggests that life on Earth could have started hundreds of millions of years earlier than we previously thought during the Hadean period, 4.6 billion years ago, when Earth literally...
That woman talks insanely fucking boringly. Like, that video might have actually been interesting if it was anybody else saying it. Why is this plane not flying in a straight line? Oh my god. Elon Musk, it should be. Oh, they don't understand the Earth is curved. Oh, that is so stupid. What a fucking retard. Yeah, high IQ government in action. And then people in the comments are, yeah. Okay, this idiot. Dude. What a fucking moron. Yeah, so the Earth is curved. So if you draw a straight line on a map, the distance increases. So the flight path will look curved if the map is flat, but then when you put it on a curved surface, what a fucking idiot. My God.
Hopefully it also means Canada becomes less tolerant of Hamas supporters.
Honestly, we're probably less tolerant of Hamas supporters than the U.S. Like, here, as far as I know, there's no universities or colleges where, students are camped out in some gay-ass retarded protest. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Like, by the way, Elon Musk is also the guy who called an astronaut a retard when he doesn't understand how to interpret, like, a map and flight paths. That is shockingly stupid, dude. I forgot my namification, donate $2. Have you considered opening a short position on Tesla stock? Seems like a somewhat safe bet. Yeah, I think right now people are shorting the stock like crazy. I don't know.
Do you think the white people in Canada will eventually achieve an ethno-state and there will be race wars? We see it in Germany right now. East Germany has a fuck ton of neo-Nazis that prepare for a takeover.
No, that's not going to happen here. Like all of these European countries that are having these racial issues, they're extremely small territories and they're letting in a massive amount of immigrants and refugees that are not only from shithole countries, but they're changing their population demographics way more rapidly than Canada is. And again, Canada's like way more fucking massive. So just one single province is bigger than, all of Germany and shit. So I don't see something like that happening here. Thanks for the donation, though, tuberculosis.
Probably have boundaries and not just say fuck it.
I was looking at that podcast. You know, you looking at the podcast, you listen to it, you're like, all right, you listen to this shit. You get bored, you turn it off like 15 minutes in. I was like this the whole time.
on the beers?
Oh, no, Patrick Bet David. I was glued to it.
Yeah, it was funny, man. You watched like the first 45 minutes and I'm pretty tired because I'd done Chris Williamson before that. And then he started pressing me on Israel and then I woke up pretty quick.
Yeah.
So it was a lot more interesting to talk about than the horrors and whatnot.
Right. Yeah, Piers Morgan, he was flabbergasted. He didn't know what to say. He started just calling you names. He didn't try to repeat anything you were saying. He just called you names.
Just over and over and over again. It was funny. I saw a clip where they like counted how many times he called me an anti-Semite. It was like, I lost count.
Hey, he didn't call you a liar. Not one time. He had ample opportunity to call you a liar. He never said it.
And he would ask me something. I would give him a very fucking direct answer. And then he would just move on to something. He wouldn't respond to it. He wouldn't acknowledge it. He would just move on.
Yeah, he just called you a Nazi.
Yeah, well, that's where he ended with it. Yeah.
And Hummer taxi. I was like, everything, when I
Dan Bilzerian is in fact a Nazi. He's a Holocaust denier.
listen that you speak, it's not like their opinions per se. I mean, I guess you can say the opinions, but the difference between a fact and opinion is a fact. You can back it up with evidence and you can prove that it's no longer opinion. And the majority of the thing you say sounds pretty factual to me.
Yeah, I didn't just like wake up and hate Jews one day. You know, like, it's not like, you know, I'm fucking some Hitler advocate or whatever. Like, I had more friends that were Jewish than probably non-Jewish. I'm a rich guy, hang out with fucking rich guys. They just, you know, all seem to be Jewish these days. But yeah, it was not something that I really even considered, you know, and then you just start seeing this stuff and you start seeing what they're doing in Israel. You start seeing our support of Israel to our own detriment. And it just doesn't make any fucking sense, right? And then you start putting this stuff together like Epstein Island and, oh, it's a Mossad operation and that's why they have fucking dirt on our politicians and that's why these guys are just, you know, I mean, you look at their tweets, it's like, it's literally like somebody like took their phone and is just fucking, you know, tweeting blind support for Israel. And you ask why, and nobody can give you.
This retard is doing the exact same thing, but it's blind support for Palestine, and it's clearly all motivated by Jewish hatred. He can't actually give any rational reasoning or evidence for why he'd support Palestinians more. It's entirely based on Jewish hatred. Like, again, this is the same guy who denies the Holocaust.
Be a straight answer. Nobody can tell you why they're our greatest fucking ally. You know,
they're just God's chosen people.
Well, yeah, there's that. And that kind of like, that's really what set me off is when I found out like how much their religion was based on supremacy. You know, and I think when you start off down a road of supremacy.
Right, because in Islam, how it talks about how all non-believers are like subhuman, idiotic pieces of shit. They call them infidels. They equate non-believers to dogs. In Islam, you're It's perfectly fine to commit genocide against non-Islamic tribes. It's okay to keep women as sex slaves, literally kill every man, woman, child from a tribe of either Jews, Christians, what's the other? There's a few other big religions back then. Why am I forgetting this? Prophet Muhammad actually came from Quraysh. Yeah, they genocided Quraysh tribes. But, oh yeah, Israeli Jews, they're the supremacist religion. Oh, okay. When's the last time Jews committed tribal genocide? Oh, it's been a while, hasn't it? When's the last time Muslims have committed tribal genocide? Oh, last week? They're going all over fucking Africa and wiping out Christian or any non-Muslim tribes. Just happened in the Congo, where they literally genocided a Christian tribe. Oh, okay.
I would not be so sure, VG. The left being so pussy and chill is the reason why Hitler took over with little resistance. In America and Canada you see the white youth becoming more radicalized.
We are continuing to follow a breaking story from the United States. The Canadian Army reservist accused of recruiting for a violent neo-Nazi terrorist group has been arrested. Patrick Matthews.
So, first of all, there's no right-wing extremist group in Canada. There's only really 3 political parties here. It's Conservatives, NDP, and Liberals. There's no other party that comes anywhere close to those 3 parties. And again, there's no right-wing extremist party like the AFD party. So, yeah, there's Nazis here, but they're constantly under police surveillance, and they all get fucking arrested eventually. So there's no party to vote for that's far right, and, you know, something like that just isn't going to happen here.
Had been missing since allegations first surfaced in August. Mira Baines joins us now with the latest. Mira?
A statement from the U.S. Department of Justice confirms that earlier today that Patrick Matthews was arrested along with 2 other men who are from Maryland. So he is a Canadian, a former military reservist, and he was taken into custody in Delaware. And he was someone that the FBI believes entered the U.S. to commit violent crimes. The 27-year-old is facing charges, including transporting a firearm and ammunition with intent to commit a felony offense, possession of a firearm and ammunition. He faces a maximum of 10 years in federal prison. Now, that document from the U.S. Department of Justice indicates that 3 men, including Matthews, are member of an active neo-Nazi white supremacist group called The Base. Law enforcement officials say that these men had weapons and they had planned to travel to a pro-gun rally and show in Richmond, Virginia next Monday. And that's in anticipation of what they were expecting to be was a race war. The men are being held in custody, and these arrests come after a lengthy investigation. The New York Times is reporting that...
Yeah, all these people end up getting arrested here. The police watch neo-Nazis like a fucking hawk in Canada. It's not like the US where these people are able to do, you know, parades in the street with their Nazi flags and shit. Here, they all just get arrested. Thanks for the donation, though, tuberculosis.
So you have a lot of problems because then it's like, it's okay to justify a lot of things. It's just like, you know, we kill animals. Animals are, you know, different than humans, right? They don't have the same brain. They don't have the same thought process. So we're able to say, okay, that's fine. You know, you can treat a cow obviously different than a human. And so for them, when they view Palestinians as cattle, then, you know, they can justify a lot. And I think that
they don't view Palestinians as cattle.
Is the crux of the problem. The crux of the problem to me is their view of supremacy. And it's funny because I said that to Piers and he's like, oh, well, you sound like a Nazi. And it's like, you know, the storyline that we were told was the Nazis were the white supremacists.
Like, by the way, if you were to ask Dan Bilzerian, who is the superior group of people, Americans or Palestinians? Like, who has a better society, who has a better culture, who makes more money, more productive. Like, he'd say, oh, Americans. So I don't know exactly what he means by Jewish supremacy in relation to how Jews view Palestinians. Like, I'd imagine a lot of Jews will say that exact same sentiment. Like, yeah, we're smarter on average, we're more productive, we have a better culture, we're less violent. But that doesn't mean they don't, like, respect their fundamental human rights. Again, if Palestinians laid down their arms, there'd be peace. If Israel laid down their arms, there wouldn't be any fucking Israel. All the Jews would be massacred. So every fucking opportunity they get, they try to kill as many Jews as possible. Israel has nuclear weapons. Just like even conventional explosives in their stockpile. They would be able to eradicate all Palestinians in both Gaza and the West Bank, but they don't do that. What do you think would fucking happen if Palestinians had access to Israeli stockpile? They'd kill all the Jews. They'd wipe them out fucking immediately. So, yeah, like, who's the superior culture here? If we're going to talk about, like, who's treating who inhumanely, like clearly it's not the Jews, it's the Palestinians. Like, there's even been fucking telephone calls that have been intercepted where a non-Hamas member was bragging to his family that he killed a Jewish family. And they were all excited and they were praising him for doing it. And this guy supposedly wasn't even a Hamas member. This is just some random jackass who saw that they broke through the border wall, decided to follow them, ran inside somebody's house, and killed their family. Ever hear of any Jews doing that? I've never heard of a rabbi going over to Palestine and executing somebody's fucking family and then calling their family back home. Oi, you won't believe this. I just killed the Palestinian family. Go Jews, go Jews. Like, no, it's the Palestinians that are doing this.
Thankfully Vegan Gains is streaming. I thought my world had ended. Now I can give you my money.
Oh my god. What is going on here? Oh my goodness. Is that cat gonna go in the bowl? Oh. If he fits, he sits. Oh, Jesus Christ. Cats are liquid. Just trying to figure this out. How is he gonna get in there? Dude, cats are so silly. Just trying to get in. Oh, he got in. Oh my god, cats are liquid. Wow. See, cats are liquid. That's amazing. Oh my god, he fits right in there. Wow. That's a good cat. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin.
Yos commit economic genocide, they'll each and suffocate with a smile, and have a tiny elite class that doesn't encompass most of their population. The towelheads are violent and stupid and the Christians are self-absorbed copers.
Yeah, nothing you said made sense. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
So what Western country would be the best for brown people if money and housing wasn't a problem? In terms of economy, racism, food quality, etc. I am Turkish BTW.
Probably Australia. in all likelihood. Housing in Australia has gone completely fucking insane, but again, if that wasn't an issue, probably Australia. Thanks for the donation, tuberculosis.
Premise.
Right, that's what I thought.
Right, like they didn't like black people. They didn't like fucking anybody that wasn't Aryan, right? Whatever.
Right.
That was like what we were taught.
Right.
And so when I said that I didn't like Jewish supremacy and I don't like an idea of supremacy, for him to turn around and say, "Oh, you sound like a Nazi," I'm like, well, that's not what I was told the Nazis said. I mean, like my idea of what the Nazis are today is very different than it was 5 years ago, just because. Look, when you listen to Hitler's speeches, it's not like, let's gas these fucking Jews. And, you know, like you hear him and he sounds angry.
No, Hitler was literally stating in his speeches that he was planning to kill the Jews. That's why a lot of Jews fled before the war. So, no, you can hear very clearly in his speeches. He explicitly stated in one of his speeches that he's willing to kill off all the Jews if they don't leave or if they don't change in some fundamental way.
Right? Like back in the day, you would hear the shit and you didn't know what the fuck he was saying, but it's like, oh, he's probably saying fuck these Jews and blah, blah, blah.
Exactly. I got recommended a video on YouTube and it says Hitler's speech transcribed in English. I was like, why am I getting recommended this? So I said, fuck it. I popped it out there. Holy shit. He didn't sound like a racist to me.
Well, not just that.
They uploaded this. What in the fuck? I'm sorry? I think I know the exact speech they're talking about, too. I think it was the AI voice.
Jewish people, but remains tormented. See how the whole democratic world is oozing sympathy for the poor, tormented Jewish people, but remains hard-hearted and obdurate when it comes to helping them, which is surely, in view of its attitude, an obvious duty. The arguments that are brought up as an excuse for not helping them actually speak for us Germans and Italians. For this is what they say. 1, we, that is the democracies, are not in a position to take in the Jews. Yet in these empires there are not 10 people to the square kilometer, while Germany, with her 135 inhabitants to the square kilometer, is supposed to have room for them. 2, they assure us we cannot...
How is any of the... He's clearly not racist. He's literally talking about getting rid of all the fucking Jews, a specific minority group. And the Hodgetwins are saying he does not sound racist at all? Like, again, this is a guy who murdered 10 million people in the fucking Holocaust. And he doesn't sound racist to me.
Take them unless Germany is prepared to allow them a certain amount of capital to bring with them as immigrants. For hundreds of years, Germany was good enough to receive these elements, although they possessed nothing except infectious political and physical diseases.
So, again, he's referring to Jewish communists like Marx and Lenin. That's the infectious political disease he's talking about. And he also went on a ramble that Jews have physical diseases, and that's kind of part of his idea that Jewish genes are inferior to German genes, and if Jews were to mate and have children with Germans, it will make German blood weaker and more disease-prone and dumber, and that's what he's talking about here. But again, the Hodgetwins listen to this, and they don't think this sounds racist at all.
They possess today, they have by a very large extent gained at the cost of the less astute German nation by the most reprehensible manipulations. Today, we are merely paying this people what it deserves. When the German nation was, thanks to the inflation instigated and carried through by Jews, deprived of the entire savings which it had accumulated in years of honest work, when the rest of the world took away the German nation's foreign investments, when we were divested of the whole of our colonial possessions, These philanthropic considerations evidently carried little noticeable weight with democratic statesmen. Today I can only assure these gentlemen that thanks to the brutal education with which the democracies favored us for 15 years, we are completely hardened to all attacks of sentiment. After more than 800,000 children of the nation had died of hunger and undernourishment at the close of the war, we witnessed almost 1 million head of milking cows being driven away from us in accordance with the cruel paragraphs of a dictate which the humane democratic apostles of the world forced upon us as a peace treaty. We witnessed over 1 million German prisoners of war being retained in confinement for no reason at all for a whole year after the war was ended. We witnessed over 1.5 million Germans being torn away from all that they possessed in the territories lying on our frontiers and being whipped out with practically only what they wore on their backs. We had to endure having millions of our fellow countrymen torn from us without their consent and without their being afforded the slightest possibility of existence. I could supplement these examples with dozens of the most cruel kind. For this reason, we ask to be spared all sentimental talk. The German nation does not wish its interests to be determined and controlled by any foreign nation, France to the French, England to the English, America to the Americans, and Germany to the Germans. We are resolved to prevent the settlement in our country of a strange people which was capable of snatching for itself all the leading positions in the land, and to oust it, for it is our will to educate our own nation for these leading positions. We have...
So here he is claiming there's this conspiracy that the Jews have perpetrated where they were in control of all arms of government and finance. But, oh, this isn't racist at all. He's just angry. How in the fuck, like, again, how in the fuck could they see this as not racist?
Hundreds of thousands of very intelligent children of peasants and of the working classes. We shall have them educated. In fact, we have already begun, and we wish that one day they, and not the representatives of an alien race, may hold the leading positions in the state together with our educated classes. Above all, German culture, as its name alone shows, is German and not Jewish, and therefore its management and care will be entrusted to members of our own nation. If the rest of the world cries out with a hypocritical mien against this barbaric expulsion from Germany of such an irreplaceable and culturally eminently valuable element, we can only be astonished at the conclusions they draw from this situation. For how thankful they must be that we are releasing these precious apostles of culture and placing them at the disposal of the rest of the world. In accordance with their own declarations, they cannot find a single reason to excuse themselves for refusing to receive this most valuable race in their own countries, nor can I see a
Yeah, this isn't racist.
reason why the members of this...
Yeah, Jews are evil, disgusting, disease-filled, and we want to expel them from our country. And the only reason all these other countries aren't taking them in is because they know they're evil and disgusting. How is this racist?
Race should be imposed upon the German nation, while in the States, which are so enthusiastic about these splendid people, their settlement should suddenly be refused with every imaginable excuse. I think that the sooner this problem is solved, the better, for Europe cannot settle down until the Jewish question is cleared up. It may very well be possible that sooner or later an agreement on this problem may be reached in Europe, even between those nations which otherwise do not so easily come together. The world has sufficient space for settlements, but we must once and for all get rid of the opinion that the Jewish race was only created by God for the purpose of being in a certain percentage a parasite living on the body and the production.
Jews are parasites. How could this in any way be seen as racist? Yeah, according to the Hodgetwins, if you call Jews parasites, that's not racist.
Work of other nations. The Jewish race will have to adapt itself to sound constructive activity as other nations do, or sooner or later it will succumb to a crisis of an inconceivable magnitude. One thing I should like to say on this day which may be memorable for us.
So he's alluding to his idea of exterminating them. So he's talking about committing a Holocaust.
Others, as well as for us Germans, in the course of my life, I have very often been a prophet and have usually been ridiculed for it. During the time of my struggle for power, it was in the first instance the Jewish race which only received my prophecies with laughter when I said that I would one day take over the leadership of the state, and with it that of the whole nation, and that I would then, among many other things, settle the Jewish problem. Their laughter was uproarious, but I think that for some time now they have been laughing on the other side of their face. Today I will once more be a prophet. If the international Jewish financiers in and outside Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once more into a world war, then the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth and thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe.
Yeah, there you go. So I'm going to kill all the Jews. And again, the Hodgetwins don't see how that could be seen as racist.
The nations are no longer willing to die on the battlefield so that this unstable international race may profiteer from a war or satisfy its Old Testament vengeance.
Yeah. None of that was racist. He was just angry. Dodo donate $2 found Indian vegan gains less gray hair and doesn't have the muscles or voice, but the face is otherwise the same. Compare faces between these two. Okay.
हम बस ये बताएंगे कि मेरा एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा है तो चलो मैं अपनी बात करता हूँ तो मुझे लगता है कि बाहर दो ऐसी जगह हैं
I don't see how we look alike. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How can I argue with socialists that say Venezuela, Cuba, Soviet Union etc. failed because sanctions from the West and because of CIA, FBI murders, sabotage? The YouTuber Hackin claims this narrative. Do you know him?
Yeah, so first of all, Soviet Union didn't fall due to sanctions. They were just extraordinarily unproductive. Name any Soviet leaders who were assassinated that led to like massive political collapse and were murdered by the US or CIA agents. You can't name one. The US also tried to assassinate Fidel Castro, and they failed at least 65 times. So the US has not really assassinated many communist leaders. They've tried with some, but they haven't really done that with many. Yeah, the sanctions on Cuba also don't seem to have being the main reason Cuba's poor. The main reason Cuba's poor is because the government is corrupt and they just take all the money for themselves. Same with the Soviet Union. Same with China. Like, again, there haven't been many sanctions against the Soviet Union and China that caused them to be in insane poverty. It's mostly due to the economic and political decisions they themselves made. Like, again, nothing the US did caused, the roughly 60 to 80 million deaths in China under Mao. Mao just stole food from all of these farmers and also tried to wipe out sparrows and shit, which caused the mass starvation and deaths. What did the US have anything to do with that? Like, it's all just nonsense. He's gonna have to provide evidence for those claims. Thanks for the donation, Alzheimer.
But like, you listen to what he's talking about, and it's like, fuck, this sounds like the problems we're having today. Perversion in the cinema, perverting our fucking youth, the things that he's complaining about, the banking system, all this stuff, it's all problems that we're facing today. And to me, I'm like, man, you start connecting the...
Man, Hitler made a lot of sense. Oh, I'm watching these Hitler speeches, and he was right about the Jews. Yeah, this guy isn't a Nazi. Oh, it's just ad hominem attacks from Piers Morgan.
I hate Nazis.
Me too. I cannot stand them. Thanks for the donation, that muffin. But yeah, dude, this is insane. How, like, oh my god, it's just so fucking annoying that these people exist.
And dots, like, where's this transgender bullshit coming from? Because I don't care if people are gay. I don't care if they're fucking trans. I really don't. I've had tons of fucking gay assistants. I've had them. I like them at the parties because they weren't fucking my girls. That's distraction, right? So I've had gay guys around me the whole time. I don't give a shit. It's not like I'm anti-gay. I don't give a, and I'll tell you if I was, because I really, at this point in my life, I don't.
By the way, Israel is more conservative when it comes to gay and trans people than the United States or Canada. You can legally marry as a gay or a trans person in the US or Canada. You can't do that in Israel. So he's claiming Jews are trying to make everybody trans, but in their own country, they're not quite as supportive of the LGBTQ community as we are here.
Don't give a fuck.
Right.
You know, and it's a lot more popular to be anti-gay than it is anti-Jew. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Right.
But what I saw was this is coming from the Jewish community. Like the Talmud has 8 genders. Like the first transgender clinic was opened by Magnus Hirschfeld, a Jewish guy in Germany, 1919. That's what they closed down. They burned those fucking books. Like
that's what Hitler was closing down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you look at this, and it'll tell you that. You know, they don't hide from it. There's actually some transgender woman, man, whatever on TV.
Where did he get that? Talmud, 8 genders. The 7 genders in the Talmud. Judaism has recognized non-binary persons for millennia. So, by the way, there's concepts similar to this in other cultures. There's quite a lot of Native American tribes that refer to them as two-spirited people. So two-spirit, also known as two-spirit, occasionally two-spirit, is a contemporary pan-Indian umbrella term used by some indigenous North Americans to describe Native people who fulfill a traditional third gender or other gender variant social role in their communities. Coined in 1990 as a primarily ceremonial term for promoting community recognition, in recent years more individuals have taken to self-identifying as two-spirit. Blah, blah, blah. Are Native Americans, are they Jews? Like, this is something that you see pop up in other cultures that are completely unrelated and have no connection to each other. Talmud is a huge authoritative compendium of Jewish legal traditions, gender designation, Zakar, male, Nekeva, female, androgynous, having both male-female characteristics, Tamtum, lacking sexual characteristics, Alionte, whatever, identified female at birth without developing secondary female sexual characteristics at puberty, Sarasama, identified male at birth without developing secondary male sexual characteristics at puberty, Saras Adam, identified male at birth without developing secondary male sexual characteristics because of castration. I don't know if... I'm pretty sure they didn't have gender theory at that point, and what they're really talking about is... It's just sexual characteristics of an individual. I don't think they had a developed concept of gender and sex like we have today. Rabbis did not use the word gender as we do today as referring to a cultural construct distinct from biological sex. 7 genders they describe are distinguished by physical and biological realities, not culturally conditioned categories. But because gender has many implications in Jewish law, how the rabbis understood these categories has consequences for the rights and responsibilities such individuals enjoy in the community. Yeah, so they didn't recognize 7 genders. They were basically just talking about intersex characteristics or sexual characteristics of the individual. So he's lying about that.
Did you know the German FT Party and Austrian FPO Party have many members that are in secret Nazi groups that planned to kill all non-Germans and were caught calling for the killing of Jews? I hope the conservatives can handle migration so FT won't cook.
That is absolutely fucking insane. So yeah, maybe they want to rein in the immigration so that they don't give the AFD party any steam. Thanks for the donation, Alzheimer. Mangusis donated $2. Would you live in Japan? Nope. I'd visit Japan, but I'd never want to live in Japan. It's a cucked bitch country. They don't really have any freedom of speech laws. The police can arrest you and detain you for practically any fucking reason. The prison system is incredibly archaic and cruel. They are also just massive fucking pussies, dude. The culture there is just weenie to the max. There are practically no weight training gyms. Women there preferentially seek men who are like skinnier and less intimidating. Couples will actually avoid holding hands in public because they're afraid of what other people will think. Like, I cannot stand a culture like that. They're just weenie fucking pussy crybabies. That is a very nice deer, though. Wow, so pretty. My goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at that nose. Oh my god. Wow, he's wiggling his nose. Oh. Oh my goodness. So handsome. He's getting a nice trim. So pretty. That's a nice doggo. That is really weird. Oh. Chicken. Oh my god. The chicken's friends with the donkey. Oh my goodness, that's special. Oh. Donkeys are so nice. Oh, that's a nice donkey. They're best friends. Oh, that is so nice. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Mangusis. Rabbi Richard donated $2. Skip to 540. USA did indeed do this in Ecuador in 1980. He was a socialist. Well, yeah, I know they've assassinated communist leaders, but, yeah, I mean, when you're talking about big communist superpowers like China, Soviet Union, you can't really make an argument there. And it makes a little more sense that they'd assassinate leaders in South America because they're more of a political threat since they're, like, right next to the U.S.
In that country, power plants, industrial parks, ports, things.
I am not going to watch this, but thanks for the donation, dude.
Isn't a huge part of Japan's government agencies also corrupted by the Yakuza? So maybe that at least in part explains the unjust policing system that they have.
It's kind of debatable if that's an issue still to this day. They have tried to wipe out the Yakuza by banning any businesses that have any connection to the Yakuza. So I don't know if that's still the case today. Like, the Yakuza did end up making most of their money through quote-unquote legitimate business, but I think by the mid-2000s, they enacted policies to basically wipe out all of their businesses. I don't know, through corruption and stuff, they found a way to sidestep that problem. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Pro-U.S. dictators, often relatively brutal. Then it was decided that they were going to have a truly democratic election. Jaime Roldos ran for office, and his main goal, he said, as president would be to make sure that Ecuador's resources were used to help the people. And he won, overwhelming, by more votes than anybody had ever won anything in Ecuador. And he began to implement these policies to make sure that the profits from oil went to help the people. Well, we didn't like that in the United States. I was sent down as one of several economic hitmen to change Roldos, to corrupt him, to bring him around, to let him know.
I don't know who the fuck this guy is. He might just be talking out of his ass.
That was talking about how, you know, the Jewish people were the ones that pioneered this, and that was what the Nazis shut down. She was saying it like a bad thing, and it's like, okay, like I'm not against transgenders, but I'm against it being pushed on children. I'm against, you know, men beating up fucking women in boxing. Like I'm against just the nonsense, like the tampons in the fucking men's bathroom, like just the bullshit.
Just common sense.
Drag queens.
So Jews are putting men in women's sports, and they're trying to turn children trans or gay. But Dan Bilzerian is not racist, and he's not a Nazi. Okay. By the way, this is literally what Hitler said.
Like just the stuff that like
I don't think he was talking about men competing in women's sports, but he did attack the gay and trans community, and he blamed it all on Jewish degeneracy.
5 years ago, everybody agreed on, and then all of a sudden, somehow we just like disagree on these like very basic issues, like pedophiles are bad.
Right.
I don't know. Like that wasn't something that was
You gotta
crazy.
get counted for that one.
Now it's like, oh.
What does pedophilia have to do with gay or trans people? Oh, so he's a bigot too.
A minor attracted person, like really, motherfucker, you're trying to like come up with a separate name for these people to try and make them more like acceptable, like socially acceptable. Like it's just, I don't know, man. I look at this stuff and I look at where it's coming from, and that's really where I have the issue, is because it's not a left thing. It is a Jewish thing that's being pushed through the Jewish media. That's where they get these talking points.
Yeah. So my biggest thing, Dan, is they're always willing to call people anti-Semitic. I'm thinking the bigger question we should be asking everybody: why do you feel that I'm anti-Semitic? What happened during World War II? Why did that happen? Why is people pushing back on Jews? They're not asking the right questions. They just want to call people anti-Semitic.
Yeah, and like that there's some worldwide conspiracy that, you know, these people have been kicked.
This guy literally just told you Hitler had a lot of good ideas when it came to the Jews, and like it's just so psychotic. Literally just told you right to your face. Hitler had a lot of good ideas when it came to dealing with Jewish people. And, oh yeah, they just want to call you anti-Semitic.
Kicked out of 109 countries 1,030 different times.
Weird, huh?
So for the last 2,000 years, everybody's got together around the world. There's no phones, but everybody's like, oh, you know what? The Jews are the bad guys. Let's just persecute them. And then why did they let them back in the country? Because they got kicked out of countries. You know, they got kicked out of 109 countries, but they got expelled 1,030 times, which means they got accepted back in the country, kicked out again, accepted back in, kicked the fuck out again.
Yeah.
Right. So like, this is not.
The Jews must be evil. They keep getting kicked out of countries. Hitler was right. I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm just saying facts. Jews are evil. I'm not anti-Semitic.
The opposite of the blacks. Everybody wants the blacks. They're taking them as slave labor.
Well, yeah, speaking of which, I mean, I'm sure you guys know who's behind that.
Yeah. It was,
Yes, and this is, you know, like.
Wow. Jews are responsible for the slave trade. Where in the fuck did this idea even come from, by the way? It's just baffling. Especially considering Jews were leaders in civil rights in the United States. Oh my god, dude. I can't.
There are too many dumb people, VG.
Yeah, we gotta start by eliminating the gene pool of Nazis. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Like Farrakhan, lined this out and the secret relationship between blacks and slaves, or sorry, blacks and Jews, and he lines it out from like Jewish.
That's so by the way, this guy is a massive anti-Semite. He's a black Hebrew Israelite, which you've got to look into black Hebrew Israelites. They're the most toxic, cancerous group of people on the fucking planet. This guy believes in a scientist that lived thousands of years ago named Yakub, who invented white people. And this is the guy he's relying on as a source for Jews are the ones responsible for the slave trade.
Blacks and Jews. And he lines it out from like,
By the way, if this guy has such a huge issue with the slave trade, why isn't he pointing out that Arabs and Persians are responsible for basically starting up the slave trade again in the Middle East? Fucking Hezbollah invaded Syria, helped the Assad regime, and they kidnapped a bunch of fucking women after they invaded and helped out Assad, and they're using those kidnapped women as sex slaves. So the Hezbollah, which is a terrorist group funded by Iran, they're literally involved in the slave trade, and Houthis in Yemen, who again are another terrorist group that are popped up by Iran, they're also partaking in the fucking slave trade. I mean, he clearly doesn't care about these problems. If this guy had an issue with slavery, he would criticize Muslim terrorist groups like the Houthis in Yemen and Hezbollah. But he doesn't do that because, oh, well, they're not Jews. It's okay if non-Jews do it. It's only bad when I can blame it on the Jews.
Jewish tax. This is, all the slave ships, they were owned by Jews. During the Jewish holidays, they shut down the slave trade. I mean, this is not something that, is a conspiracy theory. This is something you can, look up and you see the fact. Yeah, the massively disproportionate amount of Jews that owned slaves in the U.S. compared to just whites. Like whites, I think it was like 0.3% or something, and Jews was like 40% of them owned slaves. So like, you look at this.
Not true.
And it's like, man, every time there's a fucking problem, it kind of all goes back to the same
the
people.
usual suspects.
Right? So it's like, man.
The Jew activities.
Like how many times you got to see a coincidence to start connecting fucking dots?
Yeah.
Can YouTube, ban these people? I mean, I get community guideline strikes on my channel for the stupidest shit. Like, I got a community guideline strike when I made that worst of the... No. I did a Natty or Not on Christian Guzman years ago, where I just made fun of him for being hairy and having a sexual fetish where he likes to be dominated by women. I got a community guideline strike for that. These people can literally say Hitler was right. He was right about the Jews. Jews are evil. That's why they keep getting kicked out of countries. That's why Hitler didn't like them, because they're actually evil and Hitler was right. And nothing happens to them. But I make fun of somebody for being hairy and getting sexually dominated by women. I get a community guideline strike for that. I just fucking can't anymore. I don't know if I can fucking watch this whole thing. Jesus Christ, this is bad.
Speaking of Jews, I'm heading to Israel in a few months. I'll be there for about 2 weeks.
Well, hope you enjoy your trip. Man, it's from the very beginning. Ah, jeez. Throughout the entire podcast, they are idolizing Hitler, claiming Hitler was right about the Jews, and blaming the Jews for most of the evil in the world, including the American slave trade. There we go. Reported.
And
thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
I think there's there's a bunch of other ones, so it's not like they're all fucking bad, and that's not what I'm saying. War caused a Jew, not that, and I'm not against all Jews. I'm not just saying all Jews are bad, but what I'm saying is that they are causing a disproportionate amount of problems, and that I think Jewish supremacy is the issue, and I think it comes from their religion, this idea that they're better than other people, that they can steal from.
Over 80% of terror attacks worldwide are committed by Muslims, and this guy is saying Jews are disproportionately causing problems. Right. Makes sense.
From other people, that they can lie to other people, that they can rape non-Jews, that they can, that if, I don't know if you're aware of this.
So, it's literally in the Quran, you are allowed to rape women. You're allowed to rape your wife. You're allowed to keep women as sex slaves, concubines. Literally states explicitly it's fine to rape women in the Quran.
Well, I guess the conspiracy theory that what the neo-Nazis call YouTube as YouTube isn't true since the Hodgetwins video is still up. Lol. Anywho, good evening VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are doing great tonight.
Yeah, if YouTube was run by Jews, their channel would be taken down by now. This has been up for 5 days. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. I'm doing good.
You said you made a ton of high production videos on people with skits etc. but won't upload due to no monetization and strikes. I have an idea. You have an online shop, right? Just sell the videos as MP4 downloads. Problem solves, faggot.
I don't see that going anywhere. And where would I host the videos, dumbass? So you realize video hosting is expensive, which is why people use YouTube. So where would I host the videos, idiot? Thanks for the donation, Forrest.
But they have it in their Talmud. It says that if a Jew has sex with a girl that's under 3 years old, that it's a death penalty. But it's not the death penalty for the Jew. It's a death penalty for the 3-year-old girl because she caused a Jew not to have sex with a minor, but to have sex with a non-Jew. And that's why you should kill the baby, because she caused him to sin. And the sin wasn't fucking the 3-year-old. The sin was fucking a non-Jew.
Yeah, can you show... So even if that's true, that's in the Talmud, can you please show me any Jew who's alive today who believes that? Like, by the way, the Bible, Christianity, permits slavery. So, do most Christians support slavery? Even Jesus himself said slaves need to obey their masters. Jesus never said human slavery is an abomination and needs to be banned. So, in the Bible, it permits slavery, so by his reasoning, Christians support slavery?
So like, and I'm not making this up. I can literally read this to you word for word. I actually posted this on my fucking Twitter, and then they tried to like label it as hate speech. I'm like, this is a direct translation from your fucking Bible.
I have the right here.
What's that?
It says it right there.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that is nuts. So this is not a conspiracy. This is a fact out of.
Where does it say anything about killing the child? Girl who's 3 years and 1 day old, whose father arranged her betrothed, is betrothed through intercourse, as the halakhic status of intercourse with her is that of intercourse in all halakhic senses, and in a case where the childless husband of a girl 3 years and 1 day old dies, if his brother, the Yatam, engages in intercourse with her, he acquires her as his wife, and she is married.
The Talmud.
That is in the Talmud, and that is their Jewish book of law. And if you look up what, how they define the Talmud, it is like the central, you can just Wikipedia Talmud and it'll give you a thing, but it says it's like the, if the second, if not the most important text of rabbinic. Yeah. Other than the Torah, which is, Torah is just kind of like the Old Testament. So
yeah, that version of the Old Testament. Hey, Joe, bring up that clip of that guy. I don't know who this guy is. Maybe you know who he is. He shared some information about what's been taking place in the Middle East and overseas, all the pain suffering because of Bibi Netanyahu.
Oh, this guy's great. This is Sachs.
Our greatest disaster. What's his name again?
I think Jeffrey Sachs.
Jeffrey Sachs, okay.
I regard Netanyahu as having been our greatest disastrous president of the 21st century because he ran American foreign policy for 20 years and he cost us trillions of dollars. And where is the Middle East today? War in Syria, war in Lebanon, war in Palestine, unrest in Iraq, the war in Yemen, chaos in Sudan, chaos in Somalia, chaos in Libya. Great job, Bibi. You did a terrific job.
He ran foreign policy overseas.
Who's that?
Bibi Netanyahu.
Oh, I mean, he's running everything in the U.S. He's telling us what to do. I mean, he's dictating these wars. I mean, he pretty much says it, like the U.S. does.
No evidence for any of those claims.
What I tell them to do. It's crazy. I mean, that guy, he's a Jewish guy, but I mean, that's proof. Not all Jews are bad.
Right.
He made a great fucking point. That guy, and he made a lot of great points. He's a super fucking sharp guy. Yeah. And I think there's a bunch of other ones, so it's not like they're all fucking bad, and that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What I am saying is that it's not just the Zionists, and I think people say Zionists because they've been having fucking problems since long before Israel, right? Like they've been being kicked out for thousands of years.
Yeah. Right.
And the Talmud's been around for a long time, right? So I think it's more of a Talmud issue. I mean, obviously, like the whole Zionism, just deciding that somebody else's country is going to be yours and persecuting these people and treating them like second-class citizens and operating apartheid, like all that is fucking horrendous.
So it's the culture of the Talmud. That's the main issue that a lot of people are having with them.
Which is basically like Judaism,
right?
That's Jewish law. And if you see like these things are being carried out, a lot of Jews will be like, oh well, we don't follow the Talmud or we don't read the Talmud or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but you had a bat mitzvah, or bar mitzvah or whatever, and they tell you that you're better than other people there. They tell you they're the chosen people. It's like, how many times do you have to hear that you are better than other people? Look, when you're a kid, if your dad tells you, like, it's okay to steal from other people, or it's okay to steal if you get away with it, just don't do it from Christians, like, you're just going to do things differently. Like, if you think that's okay, it's obviously more convenient to take money that's not yours.
Right.
So what I'm saying is when you start off with this belief system that...
Like, this is just ridiculous nonsense. Again, he doesn't have the same standard for Christians or Muslims. He's just using this to justify Jewish hatred.
You're better, or that you're within a tribe and take care of your tribe, but fuck everybody else, charge interest to everyone else except for your people.
There's different rules for them against other people. It's like, it seems like to me when I hear people talk this, it's like we're their instruments for them to live a better life.
Yeah, we're like their cattle, we're their slaves.
Right.
And it says that in like their
You say there is no Nazi uprising in the West. Scroll down the comments and you will see the most inhuman hatred ever seen since 1940s Germany. It's overdue. We are cooked. The youth is becoming Nazis.
I never claimed there's no Nazi uprising in the West. I said there isn't any in Canada. Thanks for the donation, dude. Maybe listen to what I say.
Basically, their prediction is that Jews are going to rule over the world and that they're going to have a certain amount of Goyim slaves or whatever. I mean, it's like this is just intertwined in all of their teachings. And so the problem is, when you have people that are in power that believe they're better than everyone else, then you're going to have big fucking problems. And we're seeing that.
Yeah, right. Let's go to that clip of Trump and Bibi Netanyahu. This actually shocked me when I saw this. That's actually a video of Trump actually tucking him in his
I was just about to say, where he pushes his fucking chair in.
Yeah.
As a strip, and we will do a job.
I swear to God.
We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. We'll take over the Gaza.
So you got to clean up their mess.
Yeah, look at that comment Harley plays. Yeah. That's why you guys aren't president, right? He's making moves outside the box. We have no choice but to see where it goes from here. He's Jewish.
Yeah.
Shocking.
He's the epic mealtime guy.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He's thinking out the box, huh? He's thinking outside the box. Y'all been doing that to that country for the last 50 years, and he's thinking outside the box.
What a novel idea.
Yeah. Let's go to that drone footage of the Gaza Strip. Like when I saw that message, I was like, man, I can't believe what I'm seeing. And then when you look at this drone footage over Gaza, yeah, it's man, it is. It's like
it's like apocalyptic, you know. It's
look at that.
So now, what are these people supposed to do? They're supposed to go back to that? You know, or actually, I guess they're not supposed to go back to that. They're supposed to just leave.
That's not Gaza. That's the Californian wildfires. Yeah, isn't that footage of the Californian wildfires, not Gaza?
Look at that.
So now, what are these people supposed to do? They're supposed to go back to that? You know, or actually, I guess they're not supposed to go back.
It's hard to describe.
Yeah, that's literally the same footage. That's the Californian wildfires. So you can see that's the exact same fucking clip. They're literally showing the Californian wildfire footage. How do you possibly fuck that up? I mean, like, this looks like a... Oh. Like, dude, especially when the drone footage pans up, you can clearly see that's the United States. There's no region of Gaza that looks anywhere similar to a Los Angeles urban neighborhood. Like, this is clearly a suburb in LA.
That they're supposed to just leave their fucking country and be completely...
That's crazy, because they said they bombed these houses, these apartments, these hospitals, because they're using people as human shit.
Oh, there's the Gazan golf course.
Hamas is that, but how is Hamas...
What is that Twitter? Los Angeles like Gaza. They literally pulled up a Twitter video that literally says Los Angeles.
Hamas in every house.
Well, let's just talk about that for a second. I don't give a fuck if Hamas in a hospital. That doesn't give you the right to blow it up.
Right.
Just like if there's a fucking school shooter
Israel never blew up a fucking hospital.
in a school and your kids are there, do you want them to blow up the fucking school?
Great point, yeah.
Like, guy robs you in Compton. Do you just carpet bomb Compton?
Right.
Like,
Yeah, during
like,
these
what
riots.
the fuck? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, during the riots,
what kind of logic is that?
Yeah, during the riots, during George Floyd, we didn't drop bombs on those people rioting and stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's not what you do. You don't kill fucking civilians. So, I mean, and it's not like they don't have, like, tip of the spear military technology. They've got snipers, they've got, you know, all sorts of things, drones, whatever. And they could be conducting Navy SEAL operations, kicking in doors, you know, killing Hamas leaders. They don't...
Yes, the guy who failed Navy SEAL training is telling us about they could just do it like they do in Call of Duty. Remember that mission in Call of Duty where he shot people from a distance with a sniper? Why doesn't Israel do that? Clown.
Need to carpet bomb refugee camps. They don't need to fucking blow up hospitals. They don't need to blow up mosques.
Right.
Like, I don't care if there is a bad guy in there, if there's a bunch of women.
Yeah, so Israel has never blown up a hospital. They have blown up schools and mosques, but that's perfectly legal under the Geneva Convention. If it's being used as, you know, a military outpost or something, then you can blow it up. There's no special protection that's granted just because you're conducting military operations out of a school or a mosque.
And children, you don't fucking blow it up.
They blew up a truck of humanitarian aid that was coming in with the people in the truck and everything, and they got the stickers saying it's humanitarian aid, and they blew them up and killed them. They said, oh, they thought they were pretending to be.
You talking about the soup kitchen workers that registered with the IDF and told them their exact positions, and then they targeted them?
Yeah.
And they were in different cars, and they blew up each car, not just one. It wasn't just like one rogue fucking missile. It's like, no, they targeted these cars. That these cars...
God. $2 Have you seen the exact frame of the fires? Go back and stream and compare both shots. Well, I'm not going to bother. We already know it's the LA wildfires. Thanks for the donation too.
Registered with the IDF and said, hey, we are doing, you know, humanitarian aid. We're feeding these people. These are cars, and they fucking blew them up. And, and you see these like...
Again, please explain to me why the Jews, being so smart and so evil and devious, why would they target humanitarian aid trucks knowing this would go out into the news media, making them look bad? What would be the strategical, objective there? If they wanted to stop humanitarian aid from going in, why wouldn't they just not allow humanitarian aid to go in? Why would they blow up food trucks? And why those food trucks specifically? It doesn't make any sense.
These fucking groups, on Telegram, they're laughing about it. They have video of, they're holding up the passports and smiling over the dead bodies and shit and celebrating. It's these are fucking aid workers.
By the way, the U.S. military doesn't actually keep record of friendly fire statistics, and the reason they do that is because friendly fire is extraordinarily common. If you're in a jet, an F-16 or something like that, or you're in an Apache helicopter and you're 5,000 feet in the air, and you're trying to pinpoint where, friendlies are, where hostiles are, that's very difficult, and there's many instances of the United States attacking their own troops or attacking, allies. So is the United States deliberately attacking their own troops? Because why attribute, a mistake or incompetence, to a bad situation like that when you can attribute it to malice? So I guess the United States deliberately attacks its own troops and allies? It's so stupid.
Workers, idiots.
Right. We got a new giveaway, 47 inauguration edition. Ram. He was anti-Semitic, and I was a moron, right? And I was on TikTok looking at videos, right? And these people say free Palestine. I said, what are these people? Where the hell is Palestine at?
Never again.
So I Googled it and I was like, oh shit, this place used to be called UK Palestine. And I started doing research, and a Jewish lady on TikTok, she said, I lived in Palestine. She was Jewish. She said everybody's passports had Palestine. He said it actually existed before they turned to Israel in 1946, 48.
Yeah.
He said it was Jews, Muslims, and Palestinians living
Christians
there.
too, right?
And Christians, yeah.
But
yes, the region was owned by the Ottoman Empire, and they called that region Palestine, and that's a name that came from way back from when the Roman Empire took over the region and pushed the Jews out. They called it Philistina as an insult to the Jews because the Jews were at war with the Philistines.
The majority was not Jewish people. Yeah. It was Muslim.
Yeah, they went over there and they just, murdered a bunch of people. They stole their homes. My friend Muhammad Hadid.
No, they didn't do that. They legally immigrated there, and then when the UN made the partition plan, Arabs tried to kill all the Jews. And then, as any sensible person would do, the Jews defended themselves.
Gigi and Bella Hadid's dad, they let in Jewish refugees, and the Jewish refugees kicked them out of their own fucking house. Can you imagine letting people into your house?
What in the fuck is he talking about, dude? Son Goku donated $2 natty, question mark. I've seen this chick before. She could be natty. Doesn't seem like she's lifting that much weight. She's probably natty. So that is 45. So that's 135, 165, 185, 205. Yeah, 205-pound squat, really struggling. She's likely natty. He's got a really nice ass. Like, anybody could be on gear, but yeah, I'm not seeing any big indication that she's on gear. Let me see. If she's benching well over 200 pounds, she could be on gear. Her squats aren't that strong. Looks like she only really trains her lower body. She could be on gear, but again, just judging based on her lifts, it's plausible she's natty. She also doesn't have like huge cap delts and, you know, big traps or anything like that. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Come in, you know, we'll save you, and then they kick you out of your own fucking home. Like, it's just such a crazy concept.
Yeah. Why do you think Republicans, like, I think Democrats?
By the way, I'm pretty sure there have been a few Syrian refugees that shared apartments with with some people from Europe. So they're refugees, and some people offered to give them a spare room, and some Syrian refugees have murdered people who let them stay in their home. And there's just recently a Syrian refugee who committed that stabbing attack in Germany. So, oh, Jews are evil. I know a guy where a Jewish refugee kicked him out of his home, but when Muslims do it, it's okay.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? Shit.
All right, thanks for the donation, Daddy Trump.
To get what's going on in Israel to the Palestinian people, I think, and that's saying something because Democrats are freaking idiots. Why do you think they get it and Republicans don't get it?
Well, I think they're kind of like the broken clock is right once a day type of thing, you know, or twice a day, whatever.
Right.
I think that they see the settler colonialism or whatever, and they've been programmed with this whole like white supremacy is the fucking problem in America. And so they see that as like white supremacy. They see the obvious apartheid. I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out, what's going on over there.
There is no apartheid in Israel.
Two sets of justice, the persecution. And so I think the Jewish narrative that has been pushed to these people has kind of backfired because, you know, the Jewish Democrats say, oh, white supremacy is the problem, and, you know, racism is the problem, and blah, 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 and, you know, we need DEI, we need all this stuff.
I don't know why you'd ask me if I like Kendrick Lamar. Obviously not. His music is fucking trash. It's just stupid, dumb, retarded, degen horseshit. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see.
Anime, Chainsaw Man or Jujutsu Kaisen?
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man or Gintama?
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man or Full Metal Alchemist?
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man or Vinland Saga?
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man or ReZero?
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man or Demon Slayer?
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man or Kaiju number 8?
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man or Solo Leveling?
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man or Parasite the Maxim?
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man or Steins Gate?
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man or Attack on Titan?
Ooh, okay, probably Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan or Classroom of the Elite?
Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan or Cyberpunk Edge Runners?
Edge Runners.
Edge Runners or Cowboy Bebop?
Ooh, Cowboy Bebop.
Cowboy Bebop or Samurai Champloo?
Cowboy Bebop.
Cowboy Bebop or My Hero Academia?
Cowboy Bebop.
Cowboy Bebop or Code Geass?
Ooh, Code Geass.
Code Geass or Tokyo Ghoul?
Code Geass.
Code Geass or Death Note?
Death Note.
Death Note or Assassination Classroom?
Oh man, that's hard. Assassination Classroom.
Assassination Classroom or One Piece?
Assassination Classroom.
Assassination Classroom or Mob Psycho?
Assassination Classroom.
Assassination's Classroom or Psychopaths?
Assassination Classroom.
Assassination Classroom or Bungo Stray Dogs?
Assassination Classroom.
Assassination Classroom or Oshinoko?
Oh man, I love Oshinoko.
I don't really agree with some of her choices, but overall, she seems to have good taste. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Mangus donated $2. Screw these people, VG. Here are some nice videos. Oh. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh. Squirrel having nappy time. Oh, I love squirrels. Oh, squirrels are so nice. Oh, what a nice squirrel. Oh. I love squirrels. That's a really good squirrel. Look at him having his nice little nap. Oh, such a good baby. That's a good squirrel.
What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing, buddy? Got little Tinkerbell
My goodness.
here. Hey, Tinky. She's
Oh.
having some mummy cuddles. Aren't you, Tinky?
Oh, such nice kangaroos.
Tank over there, he's come in as well. And Buddy, Rufus.
Oh my goodness.
We've got over there, we've got Ruby. And in comes another.
Oh my god.
Just got the door open, and if they want to pop in for a little hello, they can. Hello, darling. That's Jakey. Hey, Jakey.
Oh my god, they're like big rabbit people.
Hey, big boy Tank. That's Bella. You going out now, Bella?
Wow, look at him hopping.
Looks like Tank's gonna follow you. Yep, off they go. You gonna go out too, Tank?
It's so cool that they hop everywhere.
Oh, Jakey, you saying hello to Rufus. Hey. And what about you, little Tinky Bell?
Oh.
What about you, little Tinky Bell? Having mummy cuddles? Yeah? Let's go see what's happening at the door.
I wish I could just watch this shit all day rather than just fucking idiot Nazis. It's a wombat. That's a nice chonky wombat. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Mangus. Brian Capper donated $2. Let me see.
I am a big defender of voluntary human experimentation, and I think that whatever people say they're willing to do is fine. And the standard of you can't give informed consent to a new thing is, I think, absurd. This is actually a standard part of it. It's like, how about I know this is a new thing and it's unclear what's going to happen and I consent anyway? That seems to me totally fine consent. I am a...
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
The way the world used to work was much more of get an entry-level job and work your way up. And then there's also a college track for a small number of people. Over time, that college track has expanded more and more and more to the point where, as economist Richard Vedder puts it, we almost need to get a master's in janitorial science to get a job cleaning bathrooms. So we're not quite there yet, but we are pretty close to that kind of nonsense. So just to realize that expanding access to education has a massive downside. It is not just a no-brainer where if everybody goes to college, we can all have good jobs. It is just flatly false. We really can see that the amount of education that people have for quite menial jobs keeps going up. It's not just that people happen to be, with a college job, happen to be tending bars. Like, this basically didn't happen in the past. And especially for if you don't really learn how to do anything in college, it's not too mysterious why the world isn't saying, oh my God, we need to go and hire this person because they have mastered Danish poetry or something like that.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I don't think that they're going to see a massive sudden replacement of jobs through AI. I think that it has a lot of potential. It's going to change things a lot over the next 50 years. We just have a lot of experience in economic history of incredible new technologies that come along and just take a really long time to actually live up to their potential. Electricity, like the electrification of even the American economy, takes decades. But the first true transatlantic phone calls in 1956, 80-year wait, even though you might look at the technology and say, well, this is just going to happen overnight practically. We've already got a transatlantic telegraph cable. How much harder can the telephone cable be? It took 80 years. Same thing with internet commerce. It's just taken decades. And I was just still at the mall, walking around the Robin Hanson. Like, why does this place still exist? There's not much they do here that isn't done better online. It just takes a really long time for technologies to live up to their potential. As to why that is a bit unclear. Probably has a lot to do with human inertia and humans just being stubborn and inflexible.
AI is likely going to be very unique. I wouldn't have the same kind of prediction with AI.
So why is it that you specifically...
Like, AI is so easy to incorporate in so many jobs and applications. I don't think you can make the same comparison.
Tell your daughter not to be a feminist?
I love my daughter. I want her to have a really good life. And I think that feminism is one of the views most likely to actually mess up her life in the following ways. First of all, I think it is a view that promotes self-pity. Even if you do have horrible problems, self-pity is bad. You know, like if you are terminally ill, and someone says, you know what you should be doing now? Self-pity. It's like, that is not a good thing to do, even when you have every reason for self-pity, but when you don't, when the actual evidence is that conditions are quite good for you, then it's crazy to have self-pity. Also, I think feminism promotes antipathy, most obviously for men. Looking and finding fault in other people, most of whom are actually blameless and are not trying to do anything bad to you. And then the last thing that I say is feminism also leads you to treat other people unjustly.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Thanks for the donation, Brian.
And then the Republican Jews say, oh, it's the terrorists, it's the jihadists, right? So they kind of like, they both blame all these different groups when it's the fucking Jews that are causing all these problems. But the diversion, you know, it keeps the right thinking, oh, the terrorists, right? Like we got programmed. Like every fucking movie I ever saw, the terrorists were the bad guys. The jihadi terrorists. They were always the fucking bad guys. They always had a turban on.
Muslim.
Always Muslim, always fucking, you know.
Never Israeli.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
Never Israeli. No. And so you get programmed with this stuff and you see it enough and you just...
Yeah, did Israelis bomb the Pentagon or fly those planes into the World Trade Centers? Unicorn Jizz donated $3.
This dog was shocked what he heard on the voicemail when his dog daycare called his owners.
Just wanted to give you a quick update. Kai is a big humper. He's overstimulated, literally humping everyone. And a lot of the dogs did not like it. He is social, but he's more concerned about humping everybody than he is playing.
This dog was shocked.
It's almost as if the dog knew what was going on. It's a nice dog. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz.
You know, you start to think, okay, well, these are just bad people, and you dehumanize them.
Nut Muffin donated $2. Can I gift memberships? Just fine. Like, I know your Streamlabs is messed up, but will membership gifting work? Yeah, membership gifting is through YouTube, so it has nothing to do with Streamlabs, so it works just fine. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
I was in the military. I was in the military 4 years. You know, my friends, you know, I just remember being in there. It's like, yeah, you know, fuck these Hajis, and, you know, they come up with names for them, and then later on, they kind of look back and they're like, fuck, you know, what if that wasn't a bad guy? You know, what if that was me? What if somebody showed up in my fucking house and kicked my fucking door in? I'd grab my gun and defend myself. You know, that's what that guy did, and I killed him for it, you know? And I think when you dehumanize a population, it's easy to rationalize out doing this stuff. And so that's what they do. They, you know, they tell the right, like, you know, these are Muslims, they're all fucking terrorists, they're the scumbags, they're the problem. And so
all inbred. They always say they're all inbred savages. Animals.
Yeah, inbred, camel fucker, goat fucker, whatever, you know, all this stuff, you know. And I bought into it too, man. You know,
they do fuck camel and sheep. What, rednecks do it too. Rednecks do it too.
There might be some truth in the goat fucking part, but regardless, you know, you get indoctrinated with this stuff, and then you're just like, well, they're the problem, and then you just shut everything off. And so I think that's why they've still got the right saying, you know, oh, Israel are the, you know, they're the white guys, they're the, you know, the cultured people, they're the, you know, they have a democracy, they're the only democracy in the Middle East.
Aren't Israelis 60% Arab by ethnicity? Ethnic majority Israel. 21. Well, it says 21% Arab, 74% Jew, but I don't know how the ethnic breakdown works. Yeah. Like, I don't think most people consider Israeli Jews white.
And you know they're living amongst
that's a democracy in Israel.
Yeah, right, exactly. And so, but that's what they're programmed with. Right. It's like that's the one country that's like us,
right?
You know, and they're surrounded by all these bad guys, and we got to help them. And
It's just a big lie.
It's just bullshit.
Yeah. I have no man. What the hell would they think when putting a bunch of white-looking Jews around a bunch of Arabs? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, that's the funny thing is, they talk about Semites, and most of the Israelis are not actual Semites. They're from fucking Europe. They're Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews, and they did the DNA studies. I think it was like John Hopkins did a DNA study, and like 80% of the Palestinians are like actual Semites that are linked to that land.
So again, none of this is true.
Right.
And like 97% of the Israelis are not. And so, and then you find out that DNA testing is illegal in Israel. Like you have to get a court order to get a DNA test.
Why did they... Who is their editor? So they point out that DNA tests are not illegal in Israel. But then they don't fact check any of his other stupid nonsense claims. So Israel has roughly the same DNA testing laws that you see in the rest of Europe. You can't just get a DNA swab of somebody and test it, and there's reasons for that. It has to do with medical data collection. So you can't, no one can know your medical history without your consent. And DNA testing shows it's part of your medical background. So you can't give somebody a DNA test without their consent. Same with most of Europe. We have the same restrictions in Canada, and I'm pretty sure there's the same restrictions in the United States. Only I think they do allow for paternity testing. So, yeah, this is just a complete lie. And by the way, you can get a 23andMe test in Israel. So if you want to give your own DNA swab, give it to a company, that's perfectly fine. So this is just another stupid lie.
And this is like one thing of the long laundry list of, of hypocrisy of
and by the way, he just contradicted himself. He said DNA testing is illegal in Israel, but then he said there's studies showing DNA tests in Israel that show Israeli Jews are not actually Jews. So how was that research done if DNA testing is illegal, dumbass?
The owner of 23andMe is Jewish, but they don't allow that there.
Right.
The owner of Pornhub, the owner of OnlyFans, the owners of all these porn sites are Jewish, but they don't allow that in Israel. In the U.S. it's open borders. In the U.K. it's open borders. It's race mixing. It's do this, diversity this, diversity that.
Right.
What does he mean they don't allow that in Israel? There's porn in Israel. Pornography is readily available for users in a handful of Middle Eastern nations such as Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Israel, and the production of pornography is also legal within Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Israel, to the exception of Iran, where it is illegal to be produced, consumed, sold. Where is he getting this from? You can get porn in Israel.
Not in fucking Israel. Show me how many fucking Jewish Israeli women are married to black guys.
Yeah.
Show me how many fucking Israeli men are married to black women. It's like it doesn't happen. You know what happened when they had?
Show me how many American white women are married to Congolese men. I don't know what he means by this. It's just retarded. There aren't a lot of black people who live in Israel, so you don't see many of these types of interracial marriages.
Had black Jews go there from Ethiopia, they fucking sterilized them. I'm not making this up. You can fucking Google it and you'll see it in Haaretz or whatever.
No, they don't. Again, he's making this up.
Because I use Jewish publications because they rat on themselves all the time.
Right.
And so, yeah, that's what they did. So when the actual black Jews went there, they fucking sterilized them.
How did they do that?
They gave them birth control to sterilize them, without their consent, without their knowing it.
They told them it was like aspirin or something?
Well, I don't know what the premise was, but you can.
He probably thought it was Tylenol.
Ethiopian women in Israel given contraceptive without consent. The Guardian. That's not sterilization, it's contraception.
Look at there you go, right there.
Giving somebody a birth control pill is not sterilization. Let me look up that article. In women given contraception in Israel without consent. Israel's health ministry is investigating claims that Ethiopian immigrants have unwittingly had Depo-Provera jabs for years. Depo-Provera is a well-known brand name for medroxyprogesterone acetate. It's a birth control shot that has hormone progestin. It's sometimes given via injection, and it's also used to treat anemia, seizures, sickle cell disease, endometriosis, and uterine fibroids. So what this very likely is, what likely happened is these people from Ethiopia had some sort of health problem. They went to a doctor in Israel and they were given the shot for medical reasons, but weren't told that it also works as a contraceptive. That's what I'm guessing. Israel's health ministry is investigating claims that Ethiopian women are being injected with a controversial contraceptive without their knowledge or consent. Thousands of Ethiopian women are said to be receiving shots of Depo-Provera every 3 months in Israeli clinics. Contraceptive stops menstruation, has been linked to fertility problems and osteoporosis. Israel's Deputy Minister of Health, who has previously denied the practice, will lead an inquiry. Phenomenon was uncovered when social workers noticed the birth rate among Ethiopian migrants halving in a decade. Israeli documentary investigating the scandal was aired. Feel that women were started on a course of contraceptive jabs while still in transit camps in Ethiopia, some without being told they were being given birth control, many having no idea of side effects. When they eventually arrived in Israel, doctors continued the treatment unquestioningly. Critical question remains unanswered as to who instigated the policy, with neither Israel nor Ethiopia willing to claim responsibility. Ethiopian, lived in Israel since 1948, interviewed more than 35 women, 25 still receiving contraceptive shots from healthcare providers. Spoke to one woman who believed she was given a flu vaccine and had no idea she had been injected with Depo-Provera. Another was pregnant with her 5th child when she arrived in the transit camp where she would live for 7 years. A woman in her 30s told Rubian that officials had gathered together. New mothers in the camp told they would be given Depo-Provera as it would be too difficult for them to give birth. For them to give birth Israel? This isn't even written well. We didn't want to take it. We refused. We said we didn't want it. The unnamed woman recalls in the film she agreed to the injection only because she was told her immigration to Israel would be blocked if she didn't receive it. Who knows? This article is more than 12 years old. Has there been any update to this? 2013. I have no idea if I have no idea what was going on there. They may have just been given medical treatment and it wasn't communicated well to them. what it was for or what the actual medication is. They weren't sterilized. They were literally just given birth control. So here he is exaggerating shit just to make Jews look, worse. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see. Everything's a chemical. Dose makes the poison. Blah, blah. Okay. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
There.
Ethiopian women in Israel given contraception without consent.
Yeah, and some of those contraceptives were like permanent.
Oh, so they did it to the women.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not making this shit up. And then, like I said, the more you start to dig and the more you find out about this stuff, the more fucked up it is. And then it's like, oh, it's just the Israeli government. Then you look at the polls. It's like, no, 65% of the fucking Israelis are on board with this or think that they should be using more force. So it's like the population is behind this nonsense, and a lot of them think they're not, doing enough.
Right. And I had we got invited to Israel. I didn't go because that's an accident waiting to happen. I look just like Hamas. So when I see our leaders go over there, like Trump, I see I had a person go over there that I knew. To walk down certain places in Jerusalem or in Israel, you have to wear their hat. What's it called?
A yarmulke.
Yarmulke. Just to walk down the street, you have to wear that. Or if you go inside of one of their Trump had to wear it. Obama had to wear it. Everybody goes over there. You have to wear the hat.
Well, you want to be wearing the hat, or else you get fucking spit on.
Right, because I see a lot of Christians. You get spit on?
Yeah, they spit on Christians. Yeah, they see a cross, or they know that you're Christian, or you have a Bible, they'll spit on you, and they openly say it. That's another thing you can Google.
It's a tradition, right, Dan?
Yeah.
This is not true.
Yeah, no, they say it. It's a Jewish tradition. It's like, and that's what I'm saying is like,
came across those videos,
and it's like, oh, we've been persecuted. It's like, no, motherfucker, you guys have been acting like assholes, spitting on Christians, poisoning their fucking wells, killing children.
Were they like Ethiopian or something?
Isn't this from the movie Bruno?
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Look! Stop the car! Look!
This looks like it was from the movie Bruno.
Killing children.
Were they like Ethiopian or something?
I have no idea.
No, that's kind of dark.
Well, I mean, there's no shortage of these videos. There's like literally thousands of these videos. If you want to find videos of Jews spitting on Christians, there was no end to that. There will be thousands.
So why did? That's what I don't get. You have Christians here in America, especially within our government, and then you see Christians how they're getting persecuted and treated over there in Israel. It's like I don't even understand what's the conflict between when it comes between different religions. I mean, they told us a bunch of lies about Muslims. They say Israel's our greatest ally, but when you see what they do to Christians over there, spitting and mocking them, and they wouldn't. While in the United States, they call it a lot of hate here, but it's like, I think it's all just BS here, and they are the true haters. I mean...
Again, by the way, Hezbollah massacred Christians in Lebanon, and Lebanon used to be a Christian majority country. And then once Hezbollah moved in, they were killing Christians and forced them out.
Can you actually say that these people that occupy Israel right now, are they actually Semitic people?
I don't think they're Semites, and I think they hate Christians. And I think we're taught that, Judeo-Christian values, which is just a fucking bullshit word.
Right.
Because,
I don't even know what that means.
It means bullshit. It means utter bullshit. So Peter Schaefer, he was the head of Judaic studies at Princeton for like 15 years, and he was the director of the Jewish Museum in Berlin, and, very well-read, and he wrote a book called Jesus in the Talmud. And he talks about, what the Talmud says about Jesus, and that basically he's a, total scumbag piece of shit. He's in hell. He's burning in human feces and sperm, and that the Virgin Mary's a whore, and, all this stuff. And so the idea of Judeo-Christian values, when one group thinks that, and not just one group, it's not just the Christians that think that Jesus was a great man. Well, they think he's God or whatever, but the Muslims, they think that Jesus was a great prophet. So these two religions are actually like pretty similar. One thinks he's God, one thinks he's a great prophet, but either way, it's, the majority of the world thinks that Jesus was a great man. It's only the Jews that don't. They're literally like the only ones that think he was a piece of shit.
Well, they killed him, right? Them and the Romans, right?
Well, they definitely killed him, for sure. Well, they ordered it. I mean, it's kind of like, if the president orders an assassination, the president killed you, not the person that like shows up at your door, right? So like, it's not the guy that's like wielding the axe, the guy that told the guy wielding the axe to kill you. So the Jews definitely killed Jesus. It's unequivocal. And the weird thing is that was just like undisputed, agreed upon knowledge until recently. And I remember it was like, I don't know how many years ago, but not that long ago, I just like Googled, did the Jews kill Jesus? And it was like 14 articles saying no. And it's like, what? Like, the Bible says it. Like, wait, what are you guys talking about? It's crazy. And then, you look, it's like Google is Jewish owned, AI is Jewish owned. It's like all these things, like OpenAI, like all this stuff. And so you just get really like biased information. But even with that biased information, you can still find the truth.
Yeah, right. You can.
And the truth.
What does he mean AI is Jewish owned? I'm pretty sure the best AI model is actually owned by Elon Musk, who's not Jewish. He's South African and he hates Jews.
Is that they think Jesus is a piece of shit. And
now Jesus, he was Jew, right? He was a Jew, right?
Well, so he, that's kind of disputed. I think he was more of a Palestinian than a Jew. I mean,
well, that makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah.
Well, they're all Semites. Yeah. Palestinians, the Jews that were there in that.
Like, saying that makes no sense, by the way.
They're Semitic. Well, explain why they hate him so much, Keith. He's Palestinian.
Exactly.
Hey, do you have a So these are the kids acting like this.
So these are the kids. So obviously they're being taught this from a young age. Right. This is not something they just like woke up and like, oh, we hate Christians. They're taught to hate Christians.
Right.
And the elders. By the children?
What the? That is nuts.
It's tradition, guys.
It's tradition.
I don't, for one thing, I don't even know what the fucking context is here. And two, these are like, this is a very strict, weird religious cult of Jews. It's not even normal Israelis.
Huh? But that's why they despise her, because she's a Christian.
They're hitting her, kicking her. I mean, I'm telling you, I've seen them slap Christians in the face. Like, I mean, it's crazy.
Let us leave. Don't incite people.
He said, don't incite people. Just standing there. What is this?
Like, again, Muslims attacked the World Trade Center, and this guy isn't going to condemn all Muslims and call them all terrorists. But one Twitter video where some lady is getting into a fight with some, like, extremely, devout Jews from some very small cult. Oh, see, all Jews are like this. And she just had a few water bottles thrown at her and got kicked a little bit. But when Muslims bomb the World Trade Center, oh, not all Muslims are like that. See one video of, some weird Jewish cult acting badly. Oh, all Jews are like this. It's retarded. Grey Knight donated $2. Saying Jesus was Palestinian is like saying Batman was a pacifist because he never kills enemies, just beat them into a bloody pulp. Well, if that's an accurate analogy. Well, it's not really analogous. The point I made is it's like calling Geronimo an American. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. And thanks for the membership, solely D space reality.
Oh, they took somebody's cross and they're like stepping on it.
No. Judeo-Christian values.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What is Judeo-Christian values? I'm like, they hate Christians.
Yeah.
Hey, it's bugging me. I didn't know that y'all brought up the fact that Trump. Oh, he tucked him in. Put the trap. Can I see that?
Oh, this
I
one's
couldn't
gonna
believe
piss
when
you
I
off.
saw
You
it.
haven't seen this yet?
I have not seen this.
Get ready to be angry. This one's gonna piss you off more than the spit. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Rabbi Richie donated $2. These Jews be on different timing. That lady is probably Ethiopian, coincidentally. Most Jews or normal people, though. Here's a video already going around the sub minus the Twitter link. Man spits, vomits liquid onto woman who calmly takes it. Man is also seen hitting women in the head with bottle, obviously physically harming her. Still no aggression from the woman. Does anyone else need more information? Who's deciding who's the aggressor? What? Why are you sending me this? Like, I don't know what the context is.
Thesped Racer 12.
Okay, thanks for the donation, the Speed Racer 12.
Anything else I can do for you?
That is crazy. What are people saying in the... Oh, it's not that many comments.
Well, it's just one clip, but the clip like...
That, who's behind this? You know, they start asking a lot more questions. They're going to blindly follow him a lot further. So, I don't know.
You think he's going to be successful in taking over Gaza Strip?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think that's such a disaster, but...
Even if he did turn into a river area, that's like a prime spot to commit a terrorist attack.
You know, I just don't think that's any of our business. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's Palestinian land. You know, it's like
Yeah.
we're in NATO, so we should be following like NATO. You can't just steal land. Like that's not a thing.
Right. Yeah.
And that was like one of the reasons why we established NATO is to like stop people. You know, it's like otherwise the bigger countries can just go and take over all the smaller countries, and then it's going to be, you know.
That's exactly what we're doing in Palestine.
Well, that's kind of the point, right? Is this whole greater Israel project? Because I mean, if you look at what's happening on the West Bank is completely separate from Gaza, and the West Bank is unequivocally Palestinian land, and they're just like building settlements. They're burning.
Absurdism, donate $2. Why do you choose nihilism over absurdism or existentialism?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Absurdism isn't a philosophy.
The virus thing just made...
I don't care about Lex Friedman. I'll watch that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Speed Racer.
Did you know the guy who invented the machine gun did it to reduce casualties? Meet Richard Gatling, inventor of farm tools. He's an American living through the Civil War, where hundreds of men line up every day to shoot each other. And Richard thinks if one man could shoot as many bullets as 1,000 men, then the army would only need to send one man into battle. So he invents the Gatling gun in hopes that one day, war will turn into two guys shooting each other across the battlefield with a spray of bullets. Gatling's gun was really good at killing rank-and-file armies. So good that people thought wars with machine guns would be so terrible, so devastating that no one would ever go to war ever again. Then World War I happened with machine guns, and it turns out wars still happened, they just sucked a whole lot more. Did you know the guy...
I don't know if that's historically accurate. Thanks for the donation, dude.
This is a philosopher who helps us think about money, capitalism, and our runaway consumer societies. Epicurus was an ancient Greek born in 341 BC. What made him famous was that he spent...
In all seriousness, do you really expect a species like us that shares 98% of its DNA with chimps to not be Nazis?
No, not really. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Spent all his life trying to work out the largest puzzle there is. What makes people happy? Philosophers before him had discussed at length what could make people good. Epicurus preferred to look at what's fun. Unfortunately, the world was bitter and bitchy even then, and when people heard that Epicurus had set up a school to study happiness, the rumours went off the scale. There were tales that the school hosted 10-course feasts and orgies every night. Epicurus was said by one critic to have orgasmed 18 times in a single evening in a bed filled with virgins. It wasn't true. Epicurus and his team were studying happiness, but they were doing it very soberly. The philosopher owned only 2 cloaks and lived on bread, olives, and for a treat, an occasional slice of cheese. As for the bedroom, he merely responded demurely that he'd married philosophy. Having patiently studied happiness for many years, Epicurus came to a set of remarkable and revolutionary conclusions about what we actually need to be happy. He proposed that we typically make 3 mistakes when thinking about happiness. Firstly, we think happiness means having romantic, sexual relationships. But Epicurus looked around and saw so many unhappy couples, their unions marred by jealousy, misunderstanding, cheating, and bitterness. At the same time, he observed how much nicer friendships are, how people tend to be so decent and unpossessive with their friends. Friendships seem to...
Speed Racer, $93. Oh, that's not a nice burb. You leave that kitty alone. No, that's mean. That's a good little kitty. You don't hurt the kitty. Oh. That's not a nice burb. You keep that burb away from the kitty. Oh, poor kitty. Protect the cat from the burb. Thanks for the donation, Speed
To be
Racer.
where human nature was at its sweetest. The only problem, Epicurus noted, was that we don't see our friends enough. The next thing we ordinarily think we need to be happy is a lot of money. But we tend not properly to factor in the unbelievable sacrifices we're going to have to make to get this money, the jealousy, the backbiting, the long hours. What makes work really satisfying, Epicurus believed, isn't money, but it's when we're able to work alone or in small groups like at a bakery or a boat repair shop, and when we feel we're helping others and in our own minor way improving the world. It isn't really large sums or status that we want deep down, it's a sense of making a difference. And lastly, Epicurus observed how obsessed we are with luxury, especially involving houses in beautiful, serene locations. But beneath our love of luxury, there's really something else we're trying to get at. What we want is a feeling of calm. We want our minds pure, free, not full of the normal bother and chaos. But the great question is, does luxury actually make us calm? Epicurus wasn't so sure. Having looked at happiness in depth, Epicurus announced a revolutionary set of insights, that you really need only 3 things to be happy in this life. Firstly, you need your friends around. No sex, no orgies, just your mates. Enough of seeing them only now and then. It's regularity of contact that counts. So he did that thing that most of us occasionally dream of doing, but never actually get around to. He bought a big house and started living with all his friends. Everyone had their own quarters, and there were pleasant shared areas too. There was always someone nice to talk to in the kitchen. Secondly, everyone downshifted. All the members of the commune stopped working for other people. They took big pay cuts in return for doing their own stuff. Some did farming, some cooking, some pottery or writing. And thirdly, Epicurus and his friends stopped thinking you could be calm just by having a beautiful view to look out on. They devoted themselves to finding calm in their own minds, through spending time on their own, reflecting, writing stuff down, reading things, meditating. The experiment was so successful, the members of the commune so happy, the idea spread like wildfire. Epicurean communities opened up all around the Mediterranean. At the height of the movement, there were 400,000 people living in communes from Spain to Palestine. It was only the Christian church that ended things in the 5th century, but they must have respected the community somehow, because they converted them all into monasteries. What we know as monasteries are really just Epicurean communes with a Christian topsoil. Another interesting fact, Karl Marx did his PhD thesis on Epicurus, and what we call communism, that gigantic, dour, joyless, failed system, is really a grown-up, corrupted, not very successful version of Epicureanism. The real legacy of Epicurus is that human beings aren't very good at making themselves happy, chiefly because they think it's so easy. We think we know it's about sex, money, luxury. We just wonder how to secure all these. But no, says Epicurus, reflect on the moments that truly bring you happiness, and they aren't to do with these. Have the courage to change your life in accordance with the moments that actually deliver satisfaction. You might end up living in a very different way, out in the country, with just some cheese, a couple of cloaks, a few philosophy books, and some very good friends down the corridor.
Okay.
Villages, they're burning people's houses, they're bulldozing houses, they're burning their trees down, they're killing them and just murdering them.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of really fucked up things happening in the West Bank, and there's no Hamas up there. It's not, the West Bank.
Hamas is indeed in the West Bank. Most of the terror attacks that occur in the West Bank are conducted by Hamas.
Is completely separate, and they have no fucking business being there, and they're just developing it. And yeah, it's illegal. Like, it's just unequivocally illegal. So, and
it's all war crimes, right?
Yeah, that is a war crime,
and we are part of it. We're funding it. It's a true
well, not only are we funding it, but we're defending it as well. I mean, how many of our congressmen and senators came out and basically condemned the International Criminal Court?
Yeah, because they made Bibi Netanyahu a war criminal, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, they charged him with war crimes. Yeah, I mean, well, most countries other than the U.S. are really against it. I mean, what he's doing is super fucked up. It's not like a maybe. I mean, you can't blow up fucking embassies. Like, he's literally doing the definition of terrorist attacks. He's bombing refugee camps. He's bombing hospitals. He's murdered foreign leaders in embassies. He's blown up embassies. He's targeted soup kitchen workers. They've killed a bunch of journalists. They've killed tons of children.
None of this is true.
And they're just, they're stopping humanitarian aid coming in. They've cut off water.
So, by the way, the embassy bombing he's talking about, that was an Israeli operation where they killed Iranian generals that were in Syria, and Iran claimed that they were in an embassy, and thus Israel violated some international law when it wasn't an embassy. They were using some building as some sort of base to plan terror attacks. That's the embassy attack he's talking about. I've heard all of this nonsense, so I know exactly the bullshit that he's talking about without mentioning any specifics. So, yeah, he's just spreading lies that are propagated by Iran.
Cut off electricity. I mean, the list of war crimes this guy's committed is just like a mile long.
Why doesn't Fox News cover it?
Well,
Fox News channel?
Yeah, I mean, Rupert Murdoch, he's a super Zionist, and there's people that say he's a crypto Jew. I don't know. I mean, that the crypto Jew thing is real. Like, throughout history, there's been many Jews that have concealed their affiliation with Judaism. So yeah.
Gee, I wonder why they do that. I wonder if it has anything to do with groups of people trying to murder them.
Well, I mean, fucking who's that dipshit in South Florida? Mark Cuban.
Yeah, he changed his name.
Yeah, Mark Chubinski or whatever is. Yeah, like that's
It's a
his real name. Yeah.
BB, he changed his name too, right?
Yeah, Milanowski. Yeah, because you don't want to sound like a Polak, right? So you have all these. I mean, a lot of them, not just him, but many of the Israeli leaders have changed their names, and they've done that through history. They do it. And they always point to the Holocaust. Oh, it's because of the Holocaust and because of persecution and persecution. And it's like, okay, you guys have been persecuted for thousands of years, for just because people don't like Jews, but yet they keep letting you back in. You keep fucking up, and it's not like throughout history they don't have like tons of paintings of like Jews sacrificing children, and they haven't found tons of children. I mean, there's just. Yeah, it's just mountains of evidence. I mean, if it was 10 times, if it was 20 times, 100 times, whatever, but 1,030,
right?
Like they got the whole thing. Like you've been kicked out of 103 bars,
Oh, everybody. Oh, yeah. Everybody got up and walked out. United Nations.
Ladies and gentlemen, order.
Good.
I mean, all this information is so easy to access. Why? When the hell do you think Republicans are going to wake up? You know what's crazy too? When I look at Fox News, they see the Palestinian protests here in America. They just show one side them burning our flag.
Well, they mock them. Yeah,
and they show them just burning our flag.
Exactly. And they try and
tell the story behind it.
They try and paint them as anti-American. So you have the good old rednecks coming in like fuck them and a bunch of terrorists and they're burning the flag, and they try and make it about a patriotic thing, which is absolute bullshit, because true patriots put America first. They don't put fucking Israel first, and everything that we do to help them is putting Israel before America, because all this stuff. Look, we have given them, if you combine it, and you actually have to add the compounding.
Dodo donate $2. Let me see. Young child just died of measles in Texas. Do you have a comment? It's not unusual. We have measles outbreaks all the time. This is the first measles death in the U.S. in 10 years.
There's a measles outbreak in Texas at the moment in which a child is reported to have died. Do you have concerns about that, and have you asked Secretary Kennedy to look into that?
Well, why don't we, Bobby, do you want to speak on that?
We are following the measles epidemic every day. I think there's 124 people who have contracted measles at this point in Kings County, Texas. Mainly, we're told, in the Mennonite community. There are 2 people who have died. But we're watching it, and there are about 20 people hospitalized, mainly for quarantine. We're watching it. We put out a post on it yesterday, and we're going to continue to follow it. Incidentally, there have been 4 measles outbreaks this year. In this country last year, there were 16. So it's not unusual. We have measles outbreaks every year.
You sound a little under the weather yourself.
Yeah, that's because of anti-vaxxers, dumbass. Like, why does he think that happened in the Mennonite community? There are less than 30K people with 100 million net worth outside the U.S.
If we sell 10 million, which is possible, 10 million.
Semi-mojo, that is true. I sure wish we had a gorilla right here and now, just so it could smash this evil Jew hater's skull in.
Yes, I do too. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Highly productive people coming in, or people that we're going to make productive. They'll be young, but they're talented, like a talented athlete. That's $50 trillion. That means our debt is totally paid off, and we have $15 trillion above that. If we sell 10 million, which
yeah, that's not happening. Also, can we watch again? It's catchy.
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear. Trump Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new life. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza #1. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new life. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza #1.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Interest, because every dollar that we've given them, we borrowed to give them. We've been in debt for like 100 fucking years.
Hodgetwins retard. Donate $2. Do the Hodgetwins realize that Dan sees them as monkeys controlled by Jews? Maybe.
Cash, do the country proud, do a great job. We're rooting for you. We're inclined to believe that you're going to do a great job. But at the macro level, we do not need people holding public federal office swearing on sacred texts from false religions.
Right.
So all these things can be true at once. Glad Trump's the president. Cash is probably going to do a good job. We're rooting for him. And also, as Nacho Libre would say, get that coin out of my face. Get that sacred text. I'm going to give the correct pronunciation here. I think it's Hibagabuga. How do you say it?
The Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah, Higababuga. Get that out of our country. No, that is not what freedom of religion means. Yeah. You are free to worship the one true God.
Dude. Conservatives are absolutely fucking unhinged. Like, it's come to a point now where American conservatives, it's not a legitimate political class. It's just insane people. They're literal fascists. Thanks for the donation, Hodgetwins retard.
Right. So since Israel's conception, every dollar that we've given them in aid, we borrowed to give them from the Jewish private bank, the Federal Reserve, which is not a government bank. A lot of people don't know that. But we have borrowed all that money. So you have to do the compounding interest. And if you do the compounding interest, we've given them $9.6 trillion in foreign aid. If you add them, and obviously we've been...
Who's benefiting off that interest?
Well, I mean, you know, the Fed, but at the end of the day, it's just coming out of the American taxpayers' money because the Fed just prints more money, or the government borrows more money, and they have to pay interest on that. And eventually, you know, the rooster's going to come home to roost, and you got to pay off your fucking debt.
Right.
This guy doesn't understand how the federal bank works.
And so this whole idea that we could get, you know, whatever, $36 trillion in debt is just fucking crazy. And you look at like the stuff that JFK wanted to do, like, you know, he wanted to keep the dollar, you know, on the gold standard, which meant that you could only print so many dollars because it had to be backed up by gold, which would give it, you know, intrinsic value. And, you know, his opposition to the, you know, Israeli nuclear program, him wanting to, you know, register what is now AIPAC as a foreign, you know, entity. And you look at all the stuff that he wanted to do, and then it should come as no surprise the guy was fucking killed. And it all points in one direction, right? So I just, man, you can't just stop seeing all these constant red flags, and everything points in the same direction.
Right. A lot of people, when they speak of Jimmy Carter, Democrat president, they pretty much trash him and say he's like one of the worst presidents, if not the worst president ever. This is what he had to say about what's going on in Palestine decades ago.
Palestinians can't even ride on the same roads that the Israelis have created or built in Palestinian territory. The Israelis never see a Palestinian, except they're Israelis.
To be fair, the same thing can be said for the liberals since they support Hamas.
Yes. Could say the same thing. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, donate $2. Let me
Don't
see.
use that argument, please. That's rubbish. I'm tall and I'm strong, so if I'm a vegan, that's okay. Come on.
Top level of athletes. Nate Diaz.
Marijuana.
Defeating two-time world champion Conor McGregor in UFC.
This is #1 bull.
The only male Olympian to compete in the US Olympic team.
What about the rest of the champions?
Hang on.
Khabib is not a vegan, trust me.
Some steaks with burgers, you know, I'm very hungry.
The criticism you'll find is invalid.
Your principle is invalid. I can show you equal number of non-vegans. The principle is not really working.
Like I said, Nate Diaz is two-time world champion in the UFC with 11 days notice, primarily plant-based.
Marijuana guy.
The Gladiators, primarily plant.
Video unavailable. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Skip to 40, donate $2, skip to 40.
Alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace be upon you, who goes home and kisses your mother on her cheek and tucks your little sister into bed.
Who probably doesn't know that the woman whose face you spray painted
Go home!
over is also a daughter.
A sister, a human, who refuses to believe that even though she was born and raised in this country, her modesty and ideology make her foreign, alien, dangerous.
A threat to freedom.
The very freedom you're stripping her of.
May peace be upon you, who plays Call of
Don't most Muslims support Sharia law? So yeah, they kind of are a threat to freedom.
Duty to practice being a soldier, so the life of the enemy is laid upon the buttons of your controller.
Because you don't want to see what happens to little Muhammad once he grows older, so you're practicing for the day you can finally get some closure.
And just because the Muslims threatened you, you give us all the cold shoulder, knocking us all out like we're the pins and you're the bowler.
Maybe.
That is cringy as fuck.
We're just a little too caught up in the way the world sees us, and the way my people see yours,
and the way my people see yours,
and the way our people see ourselves. 1996, a Jewish girl was born with the Shabbat candles glistening in her eyes.
1996, a Muslim girl was born with the adhan ringing in her ears.
She only knew of her own, of
Jum'ah,
Kabbalat Shabbat,
Nashid,
Smirot,
Allah,
Adonai. She never noticed that Muslim girl holding the same needles and threads that she did.
Sewing quilted generations.
So once I was getting scowled by a white woman who asked, "Do you know what kind of turmoil our country is going through right now for you to even say that?" After I said the phrase, "blow some shit up." And I promise y'all, I ain't even mean it like that. I was just getting hyped up by my homegirl who said, "Damn, girl, you hot." And I said, "Girl, stop it. Don't hype me up like that." And she was like, "Girl." And I said, "Girl, stop before I blow some shit up here." Okay, like, but you know, her and her privilege don't allow me to that space to explain myself. My skin does not give me permission to speak Baninka on the Metro Transit 18 downtown. A cramped seat between a window and a man who would be quick to react keeps my voice low and English proper as possible. My home ain't really my home. My money.
These people are gay as shit.
I got a 585 on my SAT. They give you 400 for putting your name on the paper. It's a true story.
Wow.
I guessed ABACADA. I did abacadabra all the way down. It's a true story. Swear to God. I didn't care because it was a class trip that same day. I wanted to go Great Adventure. At the moment, I said, "Damn, maybe I should have applied myself. Maybe I should have did different." When I saw all my friends get their test scores back and they were ecstatic. 800s, 900s, 960s. Everybody's going to college. I felt like the biggest idiot in the fucking world. Because the same people that I went and rushed to go to Great Adventure with, they had taken their SAT the week before. So I'm the only one going to community college. Everybody else off to Villanova, Temple University, Drexel University. God damn. I just got left behind. Lesson learned. Any opportunity given should be taken serious from this point on.
I hate this guy. He's not funny and just a attention-seeking dipshit. Thanks for the donation, dude. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. So little. Oh my god. So small. Oh my god, they fit in socks. Wow. Oh. It's a good loaf. It's a good cat. Oh. Oh my goodness. It's a big cat. It's really bad. That's like animal abuse. Yeah, that's just full-on animal abuse. Good catch. Oh, that's mean.
Don't do that.
Thanks for the donation, Ben.
OBTW, she just admitted that Muslims are in fact a threat. Nice.
I forgot the last 10 minutes of everything I've been doing. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Israeli soldiers. The Palestinians never see an Israeli, except at a distance, except the Israeli soldiers. So within Palestinian territory, they're absolutely and totally separated. Much worse than they were in South Africa, by the way. And the other thing is, the other definition of apartheid is one.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter showing his incompetence.
Side dominates the other, and the Israelis completely dominate the life of the Palestinian people.
Why don't Americans know what you have seen?
Americans don't want to know.
You know who called that out recently is Dave Chappelle.
Yeah. That's how I found that video. I said, what? Jimmy Carter? I thought he was an asshole. I saw Dave
Well,
Chappelle
Nixon
talking
too.
about it.
Nixon named the Jew, and you saw what they did to him. I mean, Gaddafi. I mean, he called out. He said that that Mossad killed JFK, and he got them off the the Western banking system. I mean, he was actually doing a lot for his people.
So now he's claiming Mossad was involved with the JFK assassination. Can things get any more ridiculous? Jews are responsible for the JFK assassination. I wouldn't be surprised if in this podcast he accuses Jews of 9/11. I think he's actually said that publicly on his Instagram or something.
And we had to overthrow him for the benefit of Libya, and then now you can buy a fucking slave in Libya today for like $400.
Wow.
Right? So like you look at how it was under Gaddafi, and and they just keep telling you this shit like, oh, we have to topple the Saddam regime, and we have to do this, and we have to do that. All of them are countries that oppose Israel. And after we, topple their regime or invade their country, those countries are always infinitely worse off.
Right.
Every time.
And they keep saying we're supposed to be pro-democracy. They turn over them. I mean, they destroy democracy.
I mean, if they really gave a shit about democracy, we wouldn't be fucking backing Ukraine. I mean, that guy was not fucking elected.
Right. What's
He's
the
a
behind
dictator.
that?
He's a fucking dictator.
Zelensky was democratically elected.
He's killed his opposition. I mean, he was not elected by his, I mean, he is the definition of a dictator.
Yeah. A lot of people on the left say they are the modern-day George Washington.
What the fuck? It just gets more retarded by the minute.
I don't know too much about George Washington, but I know that guy is one of the most corrupt politicians out there right now, and he happens to be Jewish. Shocking.
That's an amazing coincidence.
It really is. The two places we're giving the most aid, Israel and both run by Jews. Shocking coincidence. They're they're like a fifth of a percent of the world population, and somehow they're running Mexico, which is like a 98% Christian country.
So I was like, how did they elect a Jewish politician?
Well, I'll tell you, it was the bloodiest election in Mexico's history.
Right, they killed off the opposition too.
A lot of the opposition. Like it was like 70 people or something got killed.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Joe Rogan talked about that. It was the bloodiest election they've ever had.
They had the cartels do it?
Well, yeah, I mean, somebody did it. But I mean, it's just, you look at this and I mean, I feel like they're just a lot more brazen than they were before.
Yeah.
It's like we have so much power, we don't even give a shit about perception anymore. That's where I feel like we're at today.
That's why I feel.
Candidates assassinated.
What?
Mexico elects first female president, and she's Israeli as well.
Yeah, that was just the candidates. Imagine. I mean, when do you even have 37 candidates for anything?
Right.
Like, what do we have for president? Like 7 candidates? They did 30
We're talking about Mexico here.
So that means they had to have a candidate. That motherfucker gets smoked. Next guy comes up. That guy gets smoked. Next guy comes up. That
You
guy
gotta
gets
be a
smoked.
damn idiot and say, "Hey man, 20 people's been killed."
And
You
I'm coming up. Like,
would have put your name in the hat? Yeah, I think I can win this.
But like, think about that. What positions ever had 37 fucking candidates, and they all died? Like,
how did they die? It's just a coincidence.
Dodo, donate tiller. Seriously, where does this guy get his warped information from? I have no fucking idea, dude. I think he's watching too much TikTok. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh. Oh. Is that your little toy, Gum Gum? My goodness. Oh, Gum Gum. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh, you like playing fetch? Here goes Gum Gum.
killed.
What, 2 to the head, huh?
Yeah, exactly. By suicide. Yeah, 3 bullets in the head.
Committed suicide. He's got 3 bullets.
Shots out 3 times. Yeah, must have been real tough.
Man, that's crazy. I just hate the idea of because we looked at that drone footage of our military going over there, cleaning it up, having to remove all the dangerous debris and missiles that still bombs that's laying around, and then our tax dollars going to go to rebuild that area after we gave them the money to destroy it. That's powerful.
Yeah, we have given them so much money. I mean, if you look at how much it would take to like solve, like Google what it would take to solve the homelessness problem in the U.S.
Right.
You know, and you look at like $8 trillion was spent on the war on terror. That's by the Brown University study. If you look at the Newsweek, they estimated $21 trillion. But
21 trillion on the war on terror.
I think that's a little high, but that's what Newsweek. I'm saying Brown is like the most conservative estimate, and they said $8 trillion. But if you take that $8 trillion, you add that to the 9.6 trillion, you're at like 17 point whatever trillion dollars just because of our help for Israel. So if you just redistributed that to the U.S. Population, we would like every household would have an extra $200,000 in cash.
It says only 20 billion.
Yeah, 20 billion. Yeah. So like, I mean, that's like a fifth of the last like payment we sent to Israel. You know, it's like, and that would solve all.
He's literally getting fact checked in real time, and they're showing him. No, it's been 20 billion, not 8 trillion. And they're still taking him seriously?
All the homelessness in the U.S. Like, why the fuck is that? Like, why do we have anybody homeless in the U.S. when we're sending out hundreds of billions and it would take 20 billion to solve it?
Right.
But just think about that. Like, that's fucking crazy.
And they have their own healthcare in Israel. It's free, right?
Everywhere in America should have their own healthcare when you pay fucking 30 to 50% in taxes. Like, that's craziness.
Right.
Like, craziness.
Looks like it's all the Jews' fault.
Well, I mean, if you look at the people that, made money in America before, it's the people that built the infrastructure, the railroads, whatever, the Henry Fords, the Vanderbilts, and now it's like these hedge fund guys that are adding zero value that are just getting like a heads up from the Fed before they, reduce or increase the interest rate, and they're, using leverage, and they're just making money without providing any value. So they're just basically sucking money out of the system. Then we're funneling all this money out to foreign countries, which obviously there's going to be kickbacks.
Right.
And it's just unequivocal. It's not America first.
Right. Have you seen the whole debacle about U.S. aid? The things we've been spending money on, it was like hundreds of millions of dollars on worthless, just garbage. Like there was a transgender book in Guatemala, sex changes in for the gays in I forget what African country. I think it was Jesse Waters had a video.
But fucking California burns to the ground. Best we can do is $700. Like, fucking Hawaii torch. Here's $500. Go get a couple nice meals and.
I don't believe for 1 second those fires were about Mother Nature.
Well, I can tell you one thing: they would have been prevented. If we'd have spent a fucking fraction of a fraction of a percent of the money we fucking sent to Israel. Like, I mean, you look up like how much it would cost, like fireproof all the fucking houses in California. You know what I mean? It's like people lose sight when they see these numbers. They don't realize like $100 billion is a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
Like what that could do for our country to help out.
What in the fuck, dude? Fireproof houses. What do you think building materials are made of? Like, it's so retarded. It is so hard to get through this. Just listening to this horseshit, it's some of the worst nonsense. It's worse than fucking Piers Morgan, dude. Oh, this is just ruining my mood.
Our own citizens, but that's the problem: is our citizens are not coming first.
Yeah.
And these politicians don't give a shit. They give a shit about the people that donated money to them. And the crazy thing is, the money that got donated to them was like probably funneled back from the money that we fucking sent to their fucking country in the first place. So they're like bribing. They're bribing our politicians with our fucking money. Like the system is so crazy. And people are starting to see that now, which is why like people are starting to get upset. And I always said this. I was like, you know, there's not gonna be change until people start like actually hurting and they're actually suffering. And now they see like the reason that they can't buy the fucking Jordans or, you know, the McDonald's fucking meal is because of these
I hate their dumb voices.
Me too. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
motherfuckers. And they start figuring out like, okay, this is the problem. And I think that's where we're at now. And so now the next step is like, oh, we need to pass anti-Semitism laws, which is a direct fucking infringement on our First Amendment right. And that was the first thing the Bolsheviks did before they mass murdered 30 to 60 million Christians, was they made it illegal to criticize Jews. So the 84% Jewish Bolshevik revolution, they call it, I call it a fucking genocide, 30 to 60 million people. That was like almost all the fucking people that get killed in World War II. But these are like civilians that were starved or fucking murdered in the gulags, whatever. And, you know, in fact, like the first mobile gas chamber was invented by a fucking Jewish guy. You know what he did? He like put the exhaust into the back of his like truck and built this thing, and he would take Christians, stick them in there, and by the time he would drop them off, they were all fucking dead. Like everything they fucking came up with, they had already done previously. They already
Somebody called it. Somebody in the comment section, I think, called it. He's going to blame the Jews for the Holocaust, and he did.
Committed a Holocaust before World War II even happened. They had mentioned 6 million Jews like 256 times before the war even started. Yeah. Like this is all like premeditated. It's all bullshit. So when you start looking at this stuff, you're like, man, we really got fucking lied to. We really got sold the bill of goods. And when you look at every single
Yep, so now he's blaming the Jews for the Holocaust.
Time, like why Jews are, you know, in a protected class. And I said that to Piers Morgan. I said, why are they so protected? And it's always, oh, well, 6 million Jews got killed in the Holocaust. So I'm like, oh, well, fuck. What about the 30 to 60 million fucking Christians that got murdered
like
before
you do
that?
actually hate Jewish people.
No, I believe that Jewish supremacy is the greatest threat to the world today. I look at what they're doing in the media. They're pushing this transgender nonsense. I mean, and they did it in Germany. The first transgender clinic was opened by a Jewish guy. And I don't like this perversion pushed on our children. I don't like the fact that 9-year-olds are reading about homosexual acts. I don't like that drag queens are reading them in schools. I don't like that Kamala Harris wants to pay for sex changes in prison so that men can turn into women and women can turn into men. And I don't like the fact that he's putting in, you know, men into women's prisons, male rapists into women's prisons because they identify as women. I mean, it's just nonsense. I don't like, you know, men beating up women in boxing and sports. I think it's all nonsense. And I think it's leading to a degradation of moral fiber. And if left unchecked, I think it's going to ruin the world.
But again, you're blaming Jewish people. Why? Because they're
pushing this.
What do you mean they're pushing it? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, they're controlling the media. I mean, the DEI is being pushed by BlackRock. BlackRock's execs are all Jewish. You know, you look at where this is coming from. It's not a surprise.
Dan,
all the Disney execs are Jewish.
Dan,
they're pushing it on children.
But do you accept, Dan, that you are just blatantly?
See, he just can't defend it. It's just back.
I have an issue with that term. I mean, I think the real Semites are the Palestinians.
Right.
I mean, they you know, the DNA test that they've done on the Israelis that are living over there, they're Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews. I don't even think they're actual Semites. They don't have ancient Hebrew DNA, which is why DNA testing is illegal in Israel.
I mean, you're literally denying their existence. I mean, you are just a brazen anti-Semite, aren't you? You hate Jewish people. You hate Israel. You hate the state of Israel. Its government. Everything.
Well, I mean,
you're blaming them. You blame them in this interview for literally absolutely everything.
When you say, well, I think most of the problems today is caused by Jewish supremacy. I believe that.
I'm honestly gobsmacked that you would say all this publicly, given what a high profile you have.
Yeah, I mean, it is not a it's not a popular opinion for somebody that, you know, cares about money and cares about, you know, not being canceled. I mean, that's the problem, is you can say whatever you want against Muslims. You can be, you know, super anti-Muslim. You can talk about them and nobody cares. But if you say anything about Jewish people, you get canceled. They, you know, look what they did to Kanye. I mean, so why are they such a protected class? Let me ask you that.
I don't think they are. I think they're a class that get targeted.
He doesn't think they are. They're literally the only class that gets an anti-Semitism law.
Right. Nonsense. But yours seems to me to be more insidious, because you're literally blaming. You're literally blaming. Let me finish.
Not the other way around.
You're literally blaming Jewish people for almost everything that's happened that you don't like in the world. That is the purest personification of anti-Semitism right there. That's what it is.
Well, when you have a religion that promotes supremacy, when you have a religion that says that you are better than other people, and when you have a religion that says it's okay to steal from other people as long as they're not Jewish, when you have a religion that says it's okay to rape people that aren't Jewish, when you have a religion that talks about having sex with, you know, kids that are under 3 years old, when you have a religion that promotes these things and promotes supremacy, I think you're going to have problems. And you see that in Israel. Israel is a manifestation of that religion. And I think that religion is, you know, it's terrible. I don't believe in white supremacy. I don't believe in Jewish supremacy. I don't believe in supremacy at all. And right now, I think you have massive Jewish supremacy.
You sound like a Nazi.
I mean, why do you say that?
I want to show you this clip of a basketball player. He posted on his Twitter, he said, "Free Palestine."
I saw that.
You saw that?
And then he got a lot of pushback for that.
Yeah.
So I tweet "Free Palestine." Less than 10 minutes after I tweet that, I get a call from the commissioner of the NBA.
Stop it.
Shut it down.
People like working with my foundation at the time, Texas, you got to erase this tweet. You got to take this down. You're going to get it. I'm like, what did I do that was so bad?
Can somebody explain to me?
Yeah, can somebody explain? You know, and it was just like because I went against the grain. I said something that people didn't like, and I, you know, now
not people didn't like, they didn't like.
So now it's like I got to say what I believe and how I feel, and not go back on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, how can Piers Morgan say that they're not a protected class of people?
They're the most protected class of people on the planet right now. Right. And the crazy thing is they should be the least protected class because they are so overrepresented in every single fucking category.
And they're about as prevalent as a transgender person in the world.
I think less. I mean, it's like a fifth of a percent of the population is Jewish. A fifth of 1%.
And they've been able to work their way into our government in powerful positions.
Not just government, media, banks, and Federal Reserve. You know what I mean? Like all of it. Hedge funds. I mean, doctors, lawyers, every position of power in the U.S. They are so fucking massively overrepresented. It's not even close.
2% of the world population.
That's what I'm saying. A fifth of a percent.
Wow,
a fifth of 1%. That's what I'm saying. 1/5 of 1%. I mean, it's 16 million. It's like, it's crazy. 16 fucking million. And there's 8 billion people out there. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. There's more transgenders than Jewish people. Could you imagine having a Jewish person? I mean, not a Jewish person, a transgender person in the home? You would notice that quick.
Well, they put one as the head of, was the military or the health? I think they had one. Jewish fucking turkey gizzard or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, you would notice it.
Fuck, I noticed that. Yeah.
Hey, man, I don't feel so good, man. What's wrong with you? I'm embarrassed to tell you. I'm just going to tell you, I ain't took a shit in like 2 weeks, man. Ain't you taking your OH? Your optimal human? I thought we ran out of it. Man, here, take this. Here's some right here. Take it. Get it up in you.
Holodomor, they don't even have a fucking plaque for that. They don't give a shit, you know, but how many fucking Holocaust?
This is probably where Dan Bilzerian's getting his information in this video. This link pops up all the time on X, formerly known as Twitter, ever since Elon Musk allows it due to free speech.
Oh, this, yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, he's probably reading that Nazi copy pasta thing. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Holocaust museums they have. You know they march every FBI member into the fucking Holocaust Museum? They make every single one of them go to the Holocaust Museum?
Really?
They don't have to go to the Armenian Holocaust Museum. They don't have to go to the fucking Holodomor Holocaust Museum. They don't have to go to the fucking Bolshevik Holocaust Museum. Only the Jews. They literally hijacked the entire narrative of World War II and made it all about them.
Right. Never learn about it in school either. It's always just the Jews.
It's only the Jews. And the crazy thing is the Jews killed like 10x of their purported number before that. Right. Like they literally killed 30 to 60 million Christians.
The Jews didn't commit the Bolshevik Revolution or the Holodomor. Like, yeah, Lenin was Jewish, but there wasn't some Jewish cabal. And it's pretty clear Lenin didn't even intend to kill anyone. He was... Like, this is being documented. He wrote about this. You can find messages and letters that he sent to people. He was hoping that peasants would literally just work for free.
Like, it was like 84% Jewish Bolsheviks killed 30 to 60 million Christians. Like, murdered them. Like, Alexander Solzhenitsyn wrote a whole fucking book on this. Like, it's documented. It's not like this is not a conspiracy theory. So, you know, but nobody mentions it. Not even a fucking mouse fart in your textbooks.
Right.
But the Jews...
All they talk about is Hitler.
Poor Jews. Yeah, and then Hitler. You know, and so...
Like, this is just something that happens under communism. Were the Jews somehow responsible for the mass deaths that happened in China? Was Mao Zedong a Jew? Like, he killed, it's being estimated somewhere between 40 to 80 million of his own fucking people. And it was almost the exact same set of circumstances. Lenin thought there was more food available that was being made by the peasants, and he ended up just stealing all these peasants' food to transport to the cities. And he initially was hoping that, one, they were actually productive enough to produce enough grain, and two, they would do it for free, which neither was true. And then again, all the policies he made where he literally just ended up strong-arming them, stealing their grain, they ended up dying off. Same thing happened in China. Mao, like the Chinese Communist Party, a huge amount of their income came from grain exports, and he did the same thing where he'd just steal all the grain produced by basically peasant farmers. And it led to somewhere between 40 to 80 million. It's hard to know the exact numbers, but estimated between 40, 80 million Chinese died. Did the Jews have anything to do that? Or is this just a result of communism? Like, it's just idiotic.
You have a gun to your head. How many sit-ups do you think you could do before you can't no more? 10 sit-ups BTW.
I don't know, maybe like 60, 70. And I'll do the sit-ups in a few minutes. I have to piss and stuff. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Oh, I don't know.
Man, it's crazy, man, because I hear all these things, and then when I heard that transcribed speech in English, I was like, man, that whole story about him being, I don't know, it just made me question everything I learned about World War II and Hitler. Things are not adding up.
Yeah, I mean, he had a whole policy where if you had, one child that, he would pay for 25% of your house, or if you had multiple child, I mean, he had a whole thing where, like, he was trying to, like, encourage community, encourage, family values, remove the perversion. He wanted to instill morals. I mean, was he a good guy or not? I don't fucking know. I wasn't there. But I was told that he.
Was Hitler a good guy or not? I don't know. I wasn't there. Dan Bilzerian. I don't think it was unreasonable for Piers Morgan to call this guy a Nazi.
He is the worst guy in the fucking history of the world, and that's for sure not true.
Right.
Because the Bolsheviks did way worse than him, Stalin did way worse than him, Mao did way worse than him, but like nobody really talked about that. It's just all so
I think we
focused on
did a lot of garbage too. We talk about World War II, right?
Yeah.
That's the same war we dropped those hydrogen or nuclear bombs on.
Yeah, Nagasaki and Hiroshima, which is almost all predominantly females and children. We just mass murdered females and children because all the military.
Yeah, so this is completely just ahistorical framing. So for one thing, more people died during the fire bombings of Tokyo than they did from the nuclear bombs. So Japan would not surrender. The US was firebombing the shit out of Japan. More people died during those fire bombings than they did from the nuclear explosions. So if we didn't use nukes, more people probably would have died anyway. And two, there was 2 weeks of warning before the nuclear bombs fell. The US dropped a mass amount of flyers over Nagasaki and Hiroshima. 2 weeks before the nuclear attack, they told all civilians to leave. The reason they targeted Nagasaki and Hiroshima is because they're big manufacturing sites for the Japanese war effort. So they targeted Japanese manufacturing zones, where they were making airplanes, tanks, just stuff for the war effort. That's why it was targeted. Civilians were warned to leave before the bombs fell. They didn't, and they got bombed. But again, these people probably would have died anyway. More people probably would have died. And in all likelihood, the nuclear bombings ended up saving more people than they killed.
Age men were out, fighting the war. They were not.
We bombed their
Nagasaki.
families.
Yeah, we bombed the women and children. It's literally what we did. We targeted women and children. A Jewish invented atomic bomb.
That was Jewish.
Yeah, the Jews invented atomic bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, I went to go see that movie. What's his name? Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
That's Jewish.
Yeah, he's all fucking Jews.
I thought the Jewish names like Baum and Rosenberg. Oppenheimer too. Oh, Heimer. Okay, my black slow mind is catching on. That was fucking. That is nuts.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
I know.
Yeah, he would know.
Look, I mean, here's the thing. You can just close your eyes and hear about a shitty event, blame Jews, and be right like 90% of the time. And when you're less than 1/5% of the world, and that's the case, there's a fucking problem there.
Wow. So everything, I mean, people say they call us crazy Nazis, but you can trace everything that's negative, all the pain and suffering people are feeling in the past and in the present. Majority of the reasons because of some person is probably behind it.
I mean, according to everything that I keep finding.
Oh, isn't that funny? They bleeped out the word Jew. Yeah, this has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. Jews are to blame for everything bad. Yeah, they're not anti-Semitic.
That's what I keep seeing. It seems insane. It seems like a crazy thing to say.
It makes you feel like you're crazy, right?
It seems like a crazy conspiracy. It's like it's almost like it's hard even to say something like that.
Yeah,
but
it's like
it's
unbelievable.
Over and over and over again, you keep finding this to be the case. You're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Hey, Joe, how many transgenders in the world? You think they got that? I will.
Well, if you look at where this stuff is prevalent, it's like, you know, all the places where the fucking Jews are in control.
Right.
You don't see this stuff in fucking Arab countries. You don't see this in fucking China. You don't see this in Japan. You know, you look at the place where Jews are controlled. That's where you see this transgender shit. You don't see it anywhere else.
You know what's weird? Ben Shapiro, he like mocks.
Yeah, Thailand with all the ladyboys. Thailand being famously run by Jews and being a majority Jewish country has all the ladyboys.
TikTokers, the woke left, like the transgenders, the non-binary people, he mocks them. He gets millions of views, but he's Jewish.
Well, so there's two sides of it. There's the Republican Jews and there's the Democrat Jews, and they push different things. The Republicans say, oh, it's the liberals, it's the it's the blue hair liberals, they're the problem. You know, it's transgenderism is a fucking problem, whatever, and it's the jihadists, it's the Muslims.
But he's like Jewish. Why are you mocking your own religion?
Well, because they're not taking credit for it. So the left is like, oh, it's the white supremacists that are the problem. It's the oppressors. It's the patriarchy. So the left is blaming the patriarchy, the white supremacists, this and that.
Right.
And then you have the Republicans blaming the Muslims, blaming the left. So you've got all these people blaming each other, and they're not focusing on who's actually causing the problems, which is these fucking like that's just the fucking case.
Yeah. Hey, bring up that stat, Joe. They say transgenders make up 1%. Now, less than 1%. So they're almost 5 times bigger than the population of the
No,
Jewish.
they are. They're more than 5 times. It's less than a fifth.
Right, 5.1% of the global population, and that's a conservative estimate.
Oh well, then that's even more. If it's 5.1, then it's
like 25 times or something. Yeah, 25. Because they Jewish, they make up what a fifth.
0.2, right?
Yeah.
How many of them do you think are Jewish?
Yes, it's 25. Yeah, there's 25 times. So yeah, that's a good thing to put it in perspective. There's 25 times more transgender people in the world than Jews.
Yeah.
How often do you see transgender people in these positions of power?
Exactly. Yeah, that's
And when they're Jewish.
Well, that's who appoints them. That's who puts them there, right? I mean, who's pushing the DEI? I mean, that's BlackRock. So you just, I mean, it's
Oh, they can't even do math.
It's a
not
deep rabbit hole.
Jewish people are not bad people. It's Jewish supremacy.
Well, I just think they're causing a massively disproportionate amount of problems.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean they're all bad.
Right.
You know, just like, I mean, you look at places that, there's bigger, black crime or Asian crime or Mexican crime or whatever. That doesn't mean Mexicans are bad or blacks are bad or whatever. It just means like in that area, they're causing a disproportionate amount of crime. So like to me, if it's less than 1/5% of the entire global population, they're causing like 90% of the fucking globe's problems. Like, okay, we got a fucking issue here we need to look into.
It's okay
Does that mean we should just like fucking kill all the Jews? No. Does that mean all Jews are bad? No, of course not. Like there's never going to be a thing where it's like all these people are good, all these people are bad. It's just nonsense. It's not binary.
So he clearly doesn't believe this. This guy literally is trying to claim Hitler was a good guy.
However, when you have a belief system of supremacy, and when you hate other people, like if they just hate Christians and they hate Muslims, you're going to treat people that you hate differently.
Right.
There's like this I don't think.
You donate $2. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, we all know about that video. Nazi Asian complains that his white Nazi friends don't accept him.
What's up, guys?
Oh yeah, this guy's a piece of shit.
I start my first vlog or rant video here, and the reason why I'm doing so is because I've been essentially banned everywhere, and I have to start expanding my prowess for influence and reach here. It's just an incessant fight uphill, so here we go. Many of you who are new to me, I am a working artist, I'm a painter, and I work for myself, which has given me the freedom to not have social constraints that many of you may have in your office. So I want to use that position to expose hypocrisies, both at the micro and macro level. And essentially, I wanted to really share, just to jump right into the artistic pedigree inside Anonymous. And being anonymous in and of itself function in this manner. These guys say, I need a woman who fits these checklists, these insane standards, without understanding that, by the way, nobody will ever fit your standards ever. As Christ, they're like piranhas. And that was just it's kind of a wake-up call, especially recently for plastic surgery up, and you knew somebody who had work because it's thrown.
It's not worth my time. Thanks for the donation.
I think it's like a Polish proverb or something where this Jewish mother is like telling her son, she's like, go out and kill some Christians and then rest, and then kill some more and then rest. Don't tire yourself out. And the kid says, well, what if while I'm resting they come and kill me? She's like, why would they kill you? What have you done to them? Right. So like if you don't think that they're the enemy, you're never going to attack them. So like if they get attacked, like, wait, why are they attacking? It's like it's crazy. They don't even think that that's a possibility, because it's not like Christians don't wake up one day and be like, let's attack some Jews, or we hate Jews. Like it's not like a normal thought process.
Right.
But they clearly don't like Christians. They're clearly destroying the nuclear family. I think I've definitely had them literally like coming for me since I took this position. And I've had tons of death threats. I've had, financial threats. I've had, extortion threats, blackmail, just everything across the board. Like they've come at me like, so then when every fucking Jew in my life almost attacked me.
How do you think that ends?
I
think the Jews going to be the death of.
Gee, I wonder why Jewish people don't like you when you say Hitler was a good guy, huh?
All of us.
I mean,
the weapons as a last resort against a country that has invaded or destroyed Israel.
I told you, yes. He likes attention. I kind of backslid a little.
Okay, well, that's that. We're finally fucking done. Fuck. My sweet little gum. Ugh. Gum. I have a nice cat. You're so nice. Love my nice kitty. So nice. QQ, donate $2. Let me
Free
see.
love is the first and most obvious bribe that can be offered to a slave.
St. Augustine said a man has as many masters as he has vices. The picture of Samson and Delilah on the cover of my book is basically the story of a man who was enslaved by his passions and ended up being blind. That's the whole rationale behind the weaponization of pornography. Make you blind, and then you're easier to push around. The whole history of my life, my kind of long life, I guess now I can say, was the disruption of the moral consensus. Pornography is always a function of technology.
One of the great mysteries that we encounter in modern civilization that confounds the mind.
Thanks for the donation, QQ. I'm gonna go take a piss and then do the sit-ups that have been requested. So I'll be right back. Gum, I'm sorry, gotta get up. Oh, my big kitty. Oh, I love you. My sweet little liquid cat.
You're like a big loaf of bread. Mwah. You know I love you. Yeah, I love you so much. So beautiful. Look at your big kitty paws. You have such big kitty paws. Mwah. Love you so much, Gum Gum. Such a good baby. Alright, I'll be right back. Ben Boy donated $2. Let me see.
There's a pretty kitty in my bedroom.
Her name's Patches. She's sweet, pretty, and kind. Da 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 da. She's magnificent, a trustworthy friend, and she's like Superwoman because she's very, very pretty.
That's a very nice cat. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Musk was at the first official cabinet meeting today. He's wearing a baseball hat and a t-shirt, as you can see. And let's jump right in. You got to see this stuff for yourself. They're talking about what if you're unhappy with Elon? That was the first question here. Let's take a look.
But we can do it, and we will do it. Thank you.
Would you have any questions of Elon while we're on the subject of those? Because we'll finish off with that. And if you would have any questions, please ask. You could ask me or Elon. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Musk. I just wanted to ask you that President Trump.
So as you can see, which is really funny, everyone wants to talk to Elon. Who wants to talk to Trump? Because we all know Trump, Elon's the president, right? So let's see what Elon has to say.
Put out a Truth Social today saying that everybody in the cabinet was happy with you. I just wondered if you had heard otherwise, and if you had heard anything about members of the cabinet who weren't happy with the way things were going, and if so, what are you doing to address those any dissatisfaction?
Hey, Elon, let the cabinet speak just for a second. Is anybody unhappy with Elon? If you are, we'll throw him out of here. Is anybody unhappy? They have a lot of respect.
See, now notice how this is pure pressure. That's what this is, right? Is anyone happy? Is anyone happy, right? And Trump's got loyal people right around him, like so how did the seating arrangement get the most loyal people to him? But all of these people are essentially yes boys and girls. But this is what effectively sort of forced consensus looks like, right? Is anyone happy? And everyone starts clapping, right? And the guy Hegseth, I think the other guy is Lutnick's his name. He's kind of like one of Trump's right hand man. We saw him in the meeting. With the green card thing, it was the same kind of stuff. He's like, if the president asks you to do something, you say yes. And that was actually in the we talked about the Trump's gold card thing for $5 million. But this is what it is. I just want you to see what peer pressure looks like. This is what many companies who are essentially the boys club look like. Dissenting opinions not welcome. Like for example, for these kind of meetings, these kind of boys, say on Wall Street, will want to invite all of the, we'll say, ladies of the night, that kind of stuff, pole dancers into the meetings. And, if you don't like that kind of culture, well, then get out, right? That's what the old boys club looks like. It looks just like this. This is exactly what it is. So peer pressure everywhere.
Respect for Elon and that he's doing this, and some disagree a little bit, but I will tell you.
And actually, you can literally see it right there from the clip. It's the boys club. Is there any denying that? I mean, it clearly is. And I also want to mention too, with the whole Elon and the t-shirt and hat thing, just imagine if Obama showed up and was wearing a t-shirt and a baseball cap to these kind of meetings. Just think about how he would be treated, right? And this is the world we live in. Elon can get away with anything.
For the most part, I think everyone's not only happy, they're thrilled. So go ahead, Elon.
Grateful.
I'd like to add that those.
The next thing we're going to talk about is the firing of workers, right? So that's been the issue. Elon sent out the email, and basically you're supposed to respond, and they're going to make all these claims about are we paying dead people or not, that kind of stuff. But just have a listen to what they say regarding firing workers.
Million people that haven't responded, though, Elon, they are on the bubble. I wouldn't say that we're thrilled about it. They haven't responded. Now, maybe they don't exist. Maybe we're paying people that don't exist. Don't forget, we just got here. This group just got here. But those people are on the bubble, as they say. They're going to be gone.
So I think it's unlikely that we're paying people that don't exist. But hey, if you can find some that don't exist, please show us the evidence of that. I think that's highly unlikely. But that's the kind of stuff these people do all the time. They make all these claims, don't particularly show you any convincing evidence, and then they get angry if anyone calls them out on that. Like, say, if you do a story on it and say, hey, I looked at the documents, the numbers don't add up, they get really angry, and then they'll sue you. In fact, Trump got really angry. He is threatening to sue the Wall Street Journal because the Wall Street Journal came out and said, hey, it looks like your tariffs are going to be pretty awful for everyone. This is what a lot of people are saying. It's not just, just random people, right? You can see it. And I think today the news is Trump was threatening 25% tariffs on Europe. So I guess we're doing tariffs on everybody. And remember, these tariffs are essentially taxes on you so that they can fund their pet projects, right? Get your money, put it into a sovereign wealth fund, take that money, give it to Musk so he can do his stupid Mars projects, give it to, whatever big company that wants to do their AI stuff or crypto, whatever. So, I think they want to fire as many people as they possibly can in order to make it so that they can run free and be free of regulations so they can do whatever mergers and monopolies. So that's what this is all about. Here's some more about the firing of everyone, what they say.
To be clear, I think that email perhaps was misinterpreted as a performance review, but actually it was a pulse check review. Do you have a
Oh, Gum. Love you, Gum. You're the nicest kitty. Look at him. I have the nicest kitty.
If you have a pulse and 2 neurons, if you have a pulse and 2 neurons, you can reply to an email. This is, I think not a high bar.
So in this kind of boys culture or this kind of, mafia kind of world, it's kind of like, hey, the mob boss said something, we have to laugh at his stupid jokes, right? And if you've ever been in a company like that, you'll know exactly how that is. Oh, I have to laugh at the boss's joke. I have to, ha, 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 ha. Another way you can look at it as well is that they're all on some sort of substance and they find everything funny. That's a possibility as well. I don't know in this particular meeting if anyone's on anything. I don't know. But I'm just telling you, you can literally see they're laughing. And I'll let you guys be the judge of why they're laughing, right? Is it because they're kissing up to the boss, the president, Elon, or is it because they're on something, or they just find everything funny? Who knows? I will say, though, when you're talking about firing workers, and these people are supposed to be, normally when you come in office, you talk about creating jobs for people, right? But we're all about firing everybody because who cares about workers? They're going to make all sorts of claims about this stuff. I'll just tell you from Elon's past, the kind of stuff that he'll pull, this is the kind of crap, is he'll say like, okay, if you don't answer my email, you're fired, but they'll shut off your access to your email. Right. So you can't answer, or they'll push you out. And the only way for you to, answer your emails is if you actually come back into the office, but you're already put on leave. So there's no way for you to respond. They're not going to tell you this kind of stuff. I'm just saying these guys pull shady tactics. And then they try to make it seem like, oh, yeah, look at all these terrible workers that I have. These guys are anti-workers. I've told you that from the beginning. I know it from their history and you can see it in the stuff that they do. He's going to go on and talk about sort of his philosophy of running the government just like a company, move fast, break things. That's how they're going to treat important services that you need, be it Social Security, Medicare, be it virus and disease protection, these kind of stuff. Have a listen. They're talking about Ebola in the next part here.
Mistakes. And I should say, we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect. But when we make mistakes, we'll fix it very quickly. So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately. And there was no interruption.
So he claims that they, will make mistakes. I'm not going to be perfect, but that's the thing, guys. With something like, say, Social Security, you've got to be perfect. Send out the payments and make sure people get it. Send out the money that people that need it, because some people or Medicaid or whatever, some people can't afford to miss a single payment. You can't just, oh well, we're going to move fast and oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. That's why we have the systems in place that we do to protect people. It's slow on a purpose, so you don't make mistakes. It's redundant on a purpose. From Musk's point of view, he's like, why do I need redundancy? I hired one person to do a job or whatever, and that person should do their job. Why do I need someone to check them, right? Why do I need redundancy? And for anyone who's ever worked in something that is crucial or critical, yes, you want redundancy. It's built into the system to make sure that you don't break things. But Musk is about cost cutting, moving fast, breaking things, and profiting off it, right? And when in doubt, fire employees to sort of convince the investors of the bottom line is awesome and fudge the numbers, right? So I just wanted to show you guys kind of their culture, and you'll see it live. Musk goes on to talk about how this is essentially like the Avengers' best cabinet ever. Have a listen.
And President Trump has put together, I think, the best cabinet ever. Literally. So, and I do not give false praise. This is an incredible group of people. I don't think that such a talented team has actually ever been assembled. I think it's literally the best cabinet that the country's ever had. And I think the country should be incredibly appreciative of the people in this room.
Best cabinet ever, guys. And Trump just blames Biden for everything. It's funny.
Stupid spending to spend hundreds of millions, trillions and trillions of dollars on.
And he's referring to Biden. Biden to spend all this money there and there and there and there.
You believe in. I've heard you talk about this sort of substrate idea and such, but in a simple way that I can understand, do you believe in a man in the sky god? Do you believe in it's a
well, that's not as primitive a conceptualization as the atheists would have you believe.
What is it you believe?
Well, there isn't anything more complex in the known universe than a human brain. Mm-hmm. So if you want a model for reality as such, like proclaiming that it has something akin to the structure of the human psyche is not an absurd claim, given that that is the most complex thing by far that we know of, by far.
So what is it you believe?
Well, I've been explaining it.
Yeah, but I mean,
I mentioned something which we skipped over very quickly because I introduced it too rapidly. The postmodernists figured out that we live in a story, but then they leapt to a faulty conclusion of two forms, well, three. There's no uniting story. That was one of their conclusions. In fact, the definition of postmodernism is skepticism.
Yeah, I've put a harness on Gummy. I tried taking him outside, but he doesn't like the cold snow. So he ran back inside right away. But me and Gummy are gonna go for walks in the summer. Gonna put a harness on him. We're gonna go to the park and we're gonna have fun. When it warms up. Gummy just doesn't like his paws getting cold in the snow. It's because you're a good kitty.
Of meta-narratives. There's no uniting story. It's like, well, that's a stupid theory because there's no union. So what? There's just diversity. Well, we worship diversity now in this utterly foolish manner. There's no difference between diversity and war. Without a uniting narrative, there's nothing but war. So, no, that's not going to work. Wrong. Hedonistic self-gratification. There's Michel Foucault for you to a T. It's like, why is that wrong? Why can't people just do what they want with whoever they want all the time? Because it defeats itself, and quickly. It's not a sustainable game. If it's all about you and your whims, I don't want to be anywhere near you. And that won't be so good for you. That's not going to work. Power. That's really where the postmodernists landed with their, what would you say, temptation to turn towards Marx. It's all about power. It's like, first of all, that's probably a confession, if that's what you believe. And second, no, it's not. Try tyrannizing your wife and see how well that works for you. Try tyrannizing yourself and see how successful you are. Power's not the game. Okay, what's the game? What's the story? Well, I mentioned earlier. It's voluntary self-sacrifice. Right, you offer yourself up in the service of something higher. That's the basis of society. That's the basis of psychological stability. The Christian insistence is that that's the basis of the world.
Jordan Peterson challenges the common idea of God as just a man in the sky, suggesting that human consciousness might point to something much deeper. He highlights the brain's incredible complexity, arguing it could reflect a higher organizing principle rather than just being a product of chance. He also critiques postmodernism's rejection of a shared framework, saying that
stupid video.
White man! White man! The bitches! They must die! Like bitches!
Yeah, I'm not going to monetize this video. The things I'm going to talk about might upset some people, fair warning, but there's no way YouTube's going to allow me to monetize this just because of the things I'm going to discuss. So I just wanted to say thank you for Surfshark for sponsoring this video. Every second of every day, hackers, VPN, serpents,
campus, and I was at the campus and I got a phone call saying my aunt is coming to pick me up, and I said, okay, it's fine, you can come and pick me up, I'm waiting, and they just want to take me somewhere and everything. And then I started getting Facebook messages and WhatsApp messages telling me that from different people that how sorry they are to hear about everything that happened. And so I started to panic, and I called my aunt back, and she told me just my 2 grandparents are murdered. And so I came here, and when I got here, they told me my parents as well. So that's how I found out about what happened.
People in South Africa live in prison.
Yeah, I saw the Anna Williams T8 trailer. I've really lost interest in Tekken with that stupid Final Fantasy character they added to the fucking game. I just am not interested in adding any more magical characters with swords and shit into fucking Tekken. I think it's stupid.
I'm talking electric fences, barbed wire, cameras, infrared beams, armed guards at the gates, a panic button in your house in every room, burglar bars, a gate in between the living room and the bedroom just in case they do make it into your house. Well, at least they won't torture, murder, and rape you in your bed. Everybody these days lives in some sort of prison. And if you go out of this prison, it's like entering the Wild West. You know, you got to be careful. You could get chopped up with a machete.
Jesus.
You could be hijacked. This is very popular. There's a bottleneck. You know, when you come home to these little prisons that you have to wait outside the gate while it opens. And that's why you never stop right in front of your gate. You always open your gate as you're coming down the road so that you can quickly enter and then close it behind you. Nothing's
South Africa
safe in South
sucks.
Africa. Not even the plants. You know, obviously, I have to quickly explain some of the demographics in South Africa. You've got a very large population of very poor people that live in shanty towns. This is a mixture of black people, white people, and colored people. But of course, the majority of South Africa is black, so you'll see more black people in the townships than you'll see colored people or white people. This is a mixture of South Africans and illegal immigrants and undocumented people from Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Botswana, you name it, all of the neighboring countries, because of course South Africa is still the richest sub-Saharan African country, and that's where people want to go for opportunity. The thing is, I wanted to talk about something completely different here. I wanted to put something to rest, something that really bothers me and annoys the crap out of me, and those are the people that think that the targeting of white people in South Africa for brutal crime is somehow justified. All you need to do is go look in the comment section of my last video and you'll see, of course, an overwhelmingly positive response. Thank you to everybody, and I must acknowledge that everybody who was supportive of me in that video. It's fantastic. I think South Africa does need as much support as possible, especially the ethnic minorities like the Afrikaners who are targeted for ethnic cleansing at the moment. And it's not a joke.
White man, you must die. Food sack, white man. Food sack. Food sack, white man. Food sack. All white men, the bitches. All white men, the bitches. They must die. Like bitches.
But of course, you get the other side of the coin with a bunch of people trying to say that it's justified and you reap what you sow. And
Chris Hatch donated $2. Why didn't Trump come through for this guy?
Somebody tag in Donald Trump. Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please say. They're breaking. Yes, sir. I'm a believer in the Lord. I'm the Lord's child. I promise you. Give me a.
Yeah, probably because Trump's not Jesus. Thanks for the donation, Chris.
You know, because of apartheid or because of what your people did to their people in the past or your family did in the past, you deserve it, or something along those lines. And that is a bunch of bullshit. There is no justification for targeting people based on their race for violence and for murder and for torture and for rape. There's no justification at all.
I'm sad and I'm angry. I'm very, very angry about it because you don't just do stuff like this. You can't just go to someone's farm and just start shooting them and taking their stuff and all. You don't do stuff like this. They were very, very good people. All of them. They were trustworthy and kind, and they were the loveliest people on this earth. And now they're gone.
And I can very quickly debunk this idea that it's justified for white people to be attacked and murdered and have their property stolen and so on in South Africa. Very simple. What if you had a tourist from a Scandinavian country, let's say, Norway, Sweden? They had nothing to do with apartheid, right? They had nothing to do with colonizing South Africa. What if they came on the plane and they landed for the first time in Johannesburg, and they're like, wow, look, I'm coming for a safari or whatever tourists do in South Africa. They head down the road. Some guy spots them. Some tsotsis see them in their car, in their rent-a-car or something, stopping off at a gas station or something. They decide to target them for crime, murder them, rape them, torture them, whatever you want. Did that tourist deserve it because of some unknown other person 100-odd years ago with the same color skin did something to someone else? No. And you know what? There is no way to discriminate between different races and backgrounds and whoever you are, so I should say nationalities, because you don't know where a white person comes from. It's impossible to say. It's very complicated for everyone. I mean, my family history is very complicated. My grandfather came down to South Africa as part of the Royal Air Force during World War II. Do you think he had anything to do with apartheid? You know, do you think he stole the land from the natives? Of course, the history of South Africa is a bit inconvenient if you actually look into it. If you go look at the real history, you'll see that a lot of the people, the Zulus and the Xhosas, etc., who are claiming that their land was stolen, well, they weren't even there. Did that tourist deserve it?
Why the fuck did it go back?
As part of the Royal Air Force during to South Africa as part of the Royal... Well, they signed treaties and documents that the Khoisan people... Well, they weren't even there at the time that the Dutch settlers arrived. It was just the Khoisan people. And there are treaties, signed treaties and documents that you can find still from that day of the dealings and the land deals. Whether they were fair or not, we probably know the answer to that. The thing is, what I'm saying is you can never tell, right? There are plenty of tourists who've been murdered and, you know, had terrible things happen to them in South Africa. And you know what? The people that did it to them, they didn't know they're tourists. They just see a white person. That person deserves it because of apartheid. You know what I mean?
White man, you must die!
Stupid argument. Very, very stupid argument. My friend, who was murdered in her early 20s, who I grew up with, the younger sister of one of my best friends in high school, she was murdered in South Africa. She was white. And you know what? Her family moved there because her father had to do work. I'm never going to get over the murder of this person who I thought of as a younger sister to me, you know? And like I said, her family wasn't even from South Africa. My best friend had to get work permits and stuff to work in South Africa, even though he went to high school with me, because he was of a different nationality. They were from a different country, and they just happened to be white. You know, I've got plenty of stories, and I thought maybe we could talk about a few. I'll just pull up some fairly well-known articles of some incidents that have happened. And, you know, maybe we can just try to put this whole idea that people deserve, you know, to be targeted based on the color of their skin because of something that someone else did some other time in the past. Just let's put this all to rest. It's rubbish. Okay, no hearsay. Let's go to the news. Let's read something from the news. Now, I remember this was in 2002. A British tourist subjected to 14-hour rape ordeal in park. This is the Kruger National Park. A British tourist in South Africa was raped repeatedly while being held for 14 hours by a gang who shot dead a man when he tried to help her. Okay, that sounds confusing. We'll get to it. Don't worry. All right. So, this happened weeks after another British tourist was shot dead in a robbery in the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
White man, you must die!
You see, this does happen quite a bit. British tourist, they're white. Guess what? Shoot the Boer, shoot to kill. Kill the white man, you must die. You see where this leads to. Police said the victim, aged 29, and her South African boyfriend, aged 26, were approached by the gang at lunchtime on Saturday while they were parked at Long Tom Pass, a remote beauty spot in the Kruger National Park. You know, the Kruger National Park is the famous place that everybody goes when they want to go on safari in South Africa. You get to see the elephants and the lions, and I've been there. It's very beautiful. It's very nice. But, of course, it's not safe, as you can see. They were forced into the back of their Toyota Venture at gunpoint and driven around during the night. The woman was raped by the men while her companion was tied up. The couple managed to escape when one of the gang lost control of the vehicle and the car overturned. This was at about 4 a.m., about 140 miles from the scene of their abduction and 17 miles from the town of Barberton. That's actually where my dad was born, in Barberton, as far as I remember. This is near the Swaziland border. I've been there. A passing motorist, Domingo Chamber, 34, from Germiston, who had stopped to help, was shot in the head. See how this works? Poor guy stops to help, sees an overturned car. The gang that just raped this British tourist and, did terrible things, shot him in the head. Great. Wonderful country. Allegedly by one of the group who then fled the scene. Mr. Chamber died at the scene, and that generally happens when you get shot in the head. The woman was receiving counseling as well as AIDS tests and anti-HIV drugs. Yeah, don't forget that South Africa has got the highest rate of AIDS and HIV. It's the world leader in that. At least South Africa's, a leader at something. Her boyfriend, who was stabbed in the leg, was treated in hospital. I mean, this is absolutely awful. So, did she deserve what happened to her because of apartheid, or because of something that someone else did to someone else in the past? Did she? I mean, she was just in South Africa on holiday.
White man, you must die!
Well, what about this one? Student who was gang raped and killed in South Africa pleaded with her kidnappers to let her go. A man who admitted to gang raping and murdering a university student in South Africa has revealed she bargained with her attackers in a desperate bid for survival. Hannah Cornelius, 21, was carjacked by 4 men while dropping off fellow student Cheslin Marsh, 22, at his home in Stellenbosch, west of Cape Town. Stellenbosch is a very affluent sort of posh area. I was born in Cape Town, so this is always where the sort of rich people lived. But these are students. He was living in a block of flats, which is an apartment, in an apartment complex. After a night out in May 2017, one of her attackers claimed she told the gang they could have sex with her as long as they let her go afterwards. The men allegedly robbed and assaulted Mr. Marsh and left him for dead before brutally raping Miss Cornelius. So they left this guy alone after assaulting and robbing him. Oh, and by left him alone, I mean they told him to put his head against a rock, beat his head with a brick until they thought he was dead, and then left him alone. They are accused of stabbing her in the neck and crushing her skull with a rock after she refused to get out of the boot of the car. Geraldo Parsons, 27, broke down in tears at a Western Cape court today as he went from pleading not guilty to confessing to the crime and implicating his co-accused. They actually caught these guys, and I'll be honest, that doesn't happen very often in South Africa. A weeping Parsons told the court he had...
I don't know how you can have such massive political problems in a country like that and everyone isn't walking around strapped. Like, why in the fuck would you ever not have a gun?
Not wanted to rape Miss Cornelius as he had a girlfriend and young children, but that he did it anyway. So he is the second from the right.
Shit.
This guy. All right. So this is the guy who confessed. Parsons and 3 other men, Vernon Witboy, that means white boy, 33, Nashville Julius, and Eben van Niekerk, 28, face a string of charges including murder, rape, robbery, etc. Parsons told the court that the quartet had only intended on stealing Miss Cornelius's car after spotting it outside Mr. Marsh's block of flats, and that the incident spiraled after they saw the 2 students still inside. Vernon said Hannah said we can have sex with her, but we must leave her after that, Parsons said, describing the look of terror in Miss Cornelius's eyes. He described how he was the first to rape Cornelius before Witboy and then Van Niekerk. He claims he told Witboy to release Miss Cornelius afterwards, but instead the group threw the 21-year-old in the boot of her own car. That's called the trunk. We call it the boot in South Africa. And it drove to a nearby vineyard. She didn't want to climb out of the boot. She was holding onto the car. She started panicking. Eben came up and stabbed her. I let her go as the blood started to spill. Then I saw Vernon arrive with a rock. I told Vernon, don't kill her. We've already killed Cheslin. Let's leave her. But Vernon threw the rock on Hannah's head. Last week, a state pathologist, Dr. Deirdre Abrams, told the court that the violence against her skull was so brutal it would have killed her instantly. Well, I mean, that's good, I suppose. The skull is made of very strong bones. It's not easy for a skull to break or crack unless a lot of power is used to break the skull, state pathologist Dr. Deirdre Abrams told Western Cape High Court on Tuesday. Describing the sexual assault, Dr. Abrams told the court it would have been a very painful experience to the person. Both the trauma to the head and the stab wound to her neck were fatal. However, Dr. Abrams concluded that the blunt violence which cracked her skull is the most likely cause of death. I think we get the picture. Okay, I guess she deserved it because, she was born in South Africa, so immediately just because you're born, in a certain place, you are suddenly, you absorb the sins of something that happened in the past. It's a tough one, because you really don't know the family history. Maybe her family did have something to do with apartheid. Maybe her great-great-great-grandfather did something bad, or maybe they bought some land from someone at a discount price. I don't know. It's hard to say. But she obviously deserved it, right? Because she was born in South Africa. I get it. Okay, fine. Let's move on. Israeli woman gang raped in South Africa, local police say. Manhunt launched after victim and 2 companions attacked by 4 men over the weekend at their cabin in Mpumalanga. Looks like Mpumalanga is not the place for tourists. An Israeli woman was gang raped in South Africa over the weekend, local police say. The tourist and her 2 companions were attacked the day before at a cabin in Mpumalanga, a police spokesman said, according to local media. All 3 victims in the incident were also robbed. Police launched a manhunt for 4 men who carried out the attack. Men raped the woman and also robbed the 3 of their personal belongings before fleeing the scene. No arrests have been made yet, and spoiler alert, they probably won't. Again, Did this person deserve it? No, because guess what? They're not South African. They weren't born in South Africa. I mean, they might look like us white South Africans, but, to be targeted based on the color of their skin, it's terrible to do that to someone from not South Africa, right? You see where I'm going with this? I mean, it's absurd. It's a stupid argument. I could carry on with this all day. There's so many instances where tourists and people who are not South African have been targeted based on the color of their skin for violent crime and terrible things in South Africa. And that's just because there is no distinction. There's no distinction between a British person and a Swedish person and a person from Brazil or anywhere else. Any other country where a person can look white, there's no distinction in South Africa. And that's understandable because the white South African population is incredibly diverse and mixed. I mean, we've got Lebanese people, we've got Greeks, and we've got a mixture of everybody, Portuguese, and you name it. We've got so many diverse white people in South Africa that, yes, you can't really tell the difference. If somebody's just a little bit lighter than black people, they're considered to be white in South Africa, and they're a target, right?
White man, you must die!
So my point to this video is shut the hell up. Anyone who wants to say that people deserve some kind of horrible crime happening to them because of the color of their skin, you shut the hell up. Think about your particular situation, wherever you are. It doesn't matter what country you're in. Think about it. If you have lighter skin, do you think you deserve to be attacked and murdered and tortured in South Africa? Do you think so? If not, then shut the hell up. And guess what? I don't think anyone of any skin color deserves to be targeted based on the color of their skin. I honestly don't. I don't care if you're brown or black or yellow or green or blue or pink or you name it. You do not deserve to be attacked based on the color of your skin. I believe that people deserve to be attacked.
I think Trump is allowing any white people from South Africa to claim refugee status, which is a good idea right now because South Africa is so fucked politically. I think you have to be insane to stay in that fucking country if you have the money to leave.
So the BBC have come under fire and criticism because they released a documentary about, it was called Surviving a War Zone, and it follows a child in Gaza. Turns out that the people involved in narrating it, including the child, had direct links to Hamas. Yes, this child, who was meant to just be some innocent Gazan, was the son of a Hamas minister. The BBC now are coming under scrutiny, attack. The leader of the opposition in the UK has called for an inquiry into the BBC. But it's just gone a lot worse. See, up until now, the BBC are saying, we didn't know their connections to Hamas. Sure. But let's just say and indulge them and say that's true. Well then, if you want to say it's just an accidental mistake, How do they explain the fact that they have clearly, deliberately mistranslated words of these Gazans? They've changed references of Jews and translated the Arabic to being about Israelis. And they've mistranslated the word jihad to being about fighting and resistance. Have a watch. This is just so clear of the BBC's direct complicity to whitewash the anti-Semitism and genocidal hatred of the Jews that lies at the core of this conflict. Have a watch.
بس أكدت لنا هاي الفيديوهات إنه هو ما كانش متخبي تحت الأرض، إنه بالعكس هو بقاوم بجاهد ضد اليهود. بس. Okay, so now that's how they translated it in the video. Now this is the actual translation. So here she says, but the video shows that he was fighting and resisting Israeli forces. Now let's watch here. بس أكدت لنا هاي الفيديوهات إنه هو ما كانش متخبي تحت الأرض، إنه بالعكس هو بقاوم بجاهد ضد اليهود.
So here in this clip you can see that she's referring to fighting against the Jews and jihad. So let's be clear. This now represents direct complicity of the BBC with Hamas. Direct lying propaganda.
Yep, and the British literally pay for the BBC through their taxes. You have no choice. It's crazy.
You know, I saw someone reference this, and this person was, frankly, I always knew he was actually at school with me. He's a liberal. And he said, I've got to be honest, it's very, very hard to see how anyone can look at this and not think that actually there's direct complicity from Hamas here. Now, I want to explain to you about why the BBC would do this and why it proves that what they're doing is propaganda and it's complicit. This actually gets to the core of the whole conflict. They present it as it's being about Israel, about an Israeli state, and they're just resisting. The second that you make it about Jews and jihad means that it's not about that anymore. It actually changes the whole narrative around the conflict. See, the Palestinian cause characterizes itself falsely as a lie, but it characterizes itself as being about resistance, about a legitimate grievance. We're not against Jews. This isn't a religious thing. You just took our land. That's what it's all about. So they characterize it as a legitimate grievance, and that has to be the fundamental narrative that the Palestinians need and the Western activists buy into in order to support their cause. But the second actually you realize, as you do if you actually translated it properly, that this has nothing to do with self-determination and nationalism for some kind of unique people. Nothing to do about being displaced from land, that really this is about Islamist expansion and an age-old anti-Semitism and hatred of Jews. The whole narrative crumbles and the truth reigns.
Yep. It's all about just killing Jews.
This piece by David. I just want to read a little bit of this piece by David Day in the Prospect yesterday. The coup has failed, so that people have a little bit of hope. I mean, look, this is not, there is no reason to stand down now. And this is, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be hurt by what's going on with the Trump administration going forward over the next 4 years. A lot of people are going to lose their jobs. A lot of people are going to lose their health care. A lot of people are going to lose their support, food stamps. I mean, we're just across the board. We're going to increase suffering in this country. But in terms of like our ability to build back, as it were, following a Trump administration, Dayen proclaims that he believes that the coup, as it were, has failed. The idea of consolidating power and punishment of enemies, he believes, has on some level fundamentally failed. He believes that there was an overreach. He's talking about
every headline out of Washington being about Elon Musk, there's a sense among Americans that Trump is not keeping his eye on the ball. They are exhausted by Elon Musk. Sorry.
Tried it again.
He writes, as the economy drifts towards a combination of higher unemployment and higher inflation last seen in the presidency of the late Jimmy Carter, Trump will find it harder to simply sweep in and take power. Town hall held by Rich McCormick, Republican in Georgia last week, in a district that went for Trump 60-38, was a disaster, with angry constituents demanding he stand up for them and not let Trump control the federal budget and cut services for the needy. Other deep red districts have seen similar dynamics. In rural eastern Oregon, a town hall held by Representative Cliff Benz, Republican in Oregon, in a county that went 68% for Trump, the crowd shouted, tax Elon, tax the wealthy, tax the rich, and tax billionaires. In Oklahoma, constituents demanded that Representative Kevin Hern, who won in November 60-34, put Musk under oath. In Wisconsin, Representative Glenn Grantham won by a similar number. At a town hall near Oshkosh, he faced a parade of boos and shouts, as did fellow Wisconsinite Representative Scott Fitzgerald, Republican. I can tell you right now that no national group is saying we need to dedicate our resources in Oklahoma or in a county that went 68% for Trump. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's going to their donors and saying, if we just had funding. Right. I mean, people are pissed. And now, there's a small percentage of people who are paying attention. Maybe these are Democrats and invisible people going out to these town halls. I have no doubt that's the majority of them. These are not Trump voters who are doing that. But even if he won by a 68% to 38% or 60-38% margin, you don't want the news reminding people who are not paying attention to this that, hey, wait a second, not only are the egg prices high, which they know when they go to the store, but what's going on?
I also, these are real people in these communities. These are real people who are going to be affected and see their economy destabilize. And even if they're the biggest MAGA person ever, they may go to soccer with another family, and like their kid is playing on the soccer team with parents, one of them who just lost their job, laid off in the federal workforce. So the idea that this can happen and not affect communities across the country, maybe we'll get into this in the fun half, there are almost 1 million federal workers in states that voted for Donald Trump. Over 1 million, or almost 1 million. And I think a lot of these folks are going to run for office. We'll see if they have good politics. I mean, that's...
Everyone line up and laugh. There's no chance this version of the bill gets put through. There's no way. After all, the GOP-led Senate just put forward a watered-down version of this bill that made it through, and they'd have to pass this bill on an incredibly slim margin, and it's going to have to go through a bunch of bills while I'm bent over, huh? Sorry, my apologies for Medicaid. Jesus Christ. Get exactly what they deserve when $800 billion gets cut from Medicaid. Jesus Christ. Oy, oy, oy. 0% chance, huh? There's a version of my initial claim that's still true, which is that the odds of this succeeding, making it all the way to a signed bill into law, not great. Oh, man. So again, for those of you who weren't following this process, okay, obviously Republicans want to cut taxes for the wealthy. Of course, you know. There were two versions of this bill that got proposed, a version in the Senate, a version in the House. The version in the Senate was less Hitlerite, and it passed. So people thought they were going with that. Trump backed the version in the House, which was more Hitlerite. There were a lot of Republican representatives who weren't keen on the House version because it was too Hitlerite for them. It cuts so much. $4.5 trillion in tax breaks, and that's $4.5 trillion in tax breaks from me, not for you, to be clear. So everyone's on board. Actually, a lot of these tax breaks are going to people who are above my income level. I mean, they're really up there. And $2 trillion in spending cuts, most of which seems to be coming from like Medicaid, SNAP, financial assistance, student loans, that kind of stuff. This was the more Hitlerite version of the bill. And right at the last, and Trump was so committed to getting it put through that he was calling undecided representatives, probably to say like, if you go against me, I'll have Elon kill you or whatever. Then, and 2 hours before the vote, Trump says apparently he actually hasn't decided which version of the bill he likes more, the Senate or House version. And then, with only one Republican dissenting, they managed to just barely get it in. 217 to 215. Every Democrat opposed, one Republican against. 2 voted nay, then flipped. Cinema. I'm glad I wasn't here for that. I would have popped the damn blood vessel. Anyway, this isn't the end. Next steps are long and cumbersome before anything can become law. Weeks of committee hearings to draft the details and send the House version to the Senate, where Republicans have already passed their scaled-down version, and more big votes are ahead, including an unrelated deal to prevent the government.
It's what they asked for. All the dumbass brokies asked exactly for that. Oh, this is way too long.
She's a fucking feminist, Brian. Brian, she's a fucking feminist, okay?
Covert feminist. But
yeah, there we go. Destiny sucks. Yes, that's true. Fake tradcon Ashley St. Coombe. Yes, worthless woman.
She's a supposed conservative political pundit. Next. And so on Twitter, it's been blown up. So here, make that full screen. Now, this woman, since 2023.
Yeah, I'll settle. I will settle an invasion.
Okay, I'm trying to get Teddy to honk. Teddy?
Oh. Oh.
You want to go in the dryer?
Oh.
Yeah?
My goodness. Those are good honks. Oh my goodness. Whoa.
All right, your honk is coming back.
Such a good honk. Oh, such a nice kitty. Oh.
Teddy?
Oh. What a good honk. That was nice.
All right, Dodo Donate Teller, some of Brian Johnson's fans are retarded. I was arguing with one on Twitter because he was trash talking seed oils while simultaneously saying how when he was a kid, they used to cook in sunflower oil, which was healthy, and I pointed out how sunflower is a seed. Yeah. That's sort of what you'd expect. That's very, very stupid. Very stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I think especially when it comes to sort of niche health influencers, you're gonna get a lot of fucktards. I don't know why it's so hard for people to figure out what foods are good or bad. It's pretty easy. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Alright, that Dan Bilzerian video just kind of ruined my mood. I think in the next few streams, I'm not going to cover political shit, and I'm just going to react to some more fun stuff. Because that ruined my fucking mood. I'm gonna just go nighty-night and relax and watch a movie or something. But, yeah, I'm not covering any more political stuff for the next few days at least, especially with, like, Israel and crap. Just fucking can't, dude. But, hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Should be streaming around the same time tomorrow night. And, might do an afternoon stream tomorrow since I don't have to train. So I might do that tomorrow. But nighty-night, everybody.